Morning, everyone. We're going to call the Carson City Board of Supervisors and the Carson City Liquor and Entertainment Board to order. Today is Thursday, June 18th, 2015. It is just after 8:30 a.m. We're in the Community Center at the Sierra Room at 851 East William Street in our very own Carson City. Sue, could we have a roll call for the record, please?
Good morning. Supervisor Bowd? Here. Supervisor Bonkowski? Here. Supervisor Bagwell? Here. Supervisor Shirk?
Here.
Mayor Kroll?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Can we call our good friend Mark Sear from the Salvation Army to get us started off? Good morning.
Let's pray. Our God in heaven, Father, we thank you for these leaders of our city that have gathered here to determine our future and direction. Lord, I ask that you give each of them wisdom and understanding to always seek the best for our city and its people. We ask for your presence today to guide and direct them. Lord, bless them for their faithful service. Father, we pray these things in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks for everything else. We'll find out where the USNS is. Carson City. All right, we're now on item number 5, public comment. This is the time for the public to comment on any item that is relevant to or within the authority of the public body. We have public comment at the beginning and at the end and during each of the, usually during each of the agenda items as they come up where it's appropriate. So we'll take public comment now. Come on up. Good morning.
This is the first time I've been at one of these meetings. Good morning, Mayor and Board of Supervisors. My name is Roberta Bays, and I've been a resident of Carson City for 22 and a half years. I recently found out that some of the supervisors were going to ask veterinarians in Carson whether a surgical clinic is necessary for the new shelter here in Carson. I also inquired to numerous vets in Carson on what they charge for spaying and neutering of cats and dogs. For spaying a cat, the cost ranges from $160 to $225. For spaying dogs, the cost ranges from $211 to $408, depending on the size of the dog. For neutering a dog or a cat, it's a little less expensive. The clinic would be a great service to Carson City for the elderly on fixed incomes, for the low-wage workers, and the rest of the citizens of Carson City. Most of the Carson City residents are not able to afford the cost of a vet to spay or neuter their pets, so it propagates more puppies and kittens. It would also provide emergency medical care to the animals that are brought in injured by Sheriff's Department or private citizens. As it stands now, the citizens of Carson City have to call and set up an appointment with the Nevada Humane Society in Reno. It usually takes a couple of months to get an appointment. For some people to take off work and drive all the way to Reno, leaving their pets there in the morning early and picking them up later that evening is a big burden for some that are on hourly wages. This is a burden for the citizens of Carson City. For most of the vets in Carson, I am sure that they would be opposed for a clinic with a veterinarian, for it would take business away from their practices. I please urge you to consider to find the funds for a clinic and a veterinarian at the newly proposed Carson City shelter now instead of in the future, as the cost will continue to rise for any expansion of the facility in the future. If the funds are not approved for the clinic and a vet, the shelter would have the added expense of transporting animals to Reno for spaying and neutering and emergency medical care. This would be another added expense. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning.
Thank you, Roberta. Could you, for the record, could you spell your last name so we get it correctly?
B-A-Y-S.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Mr. Rotter?
Morning,
Good morning to
Mayor,
you.
Supervisors. I'll see a few items today, but just wanted to let you know I dropped a couple of these flyers in the back. They're invitations to a couple presentations on the 30% design of the downtown project. Monday, this room, 12:30 to 2:30, will be kind of the presentation, probably a little bit shorter. 5:30 to 7:30. One of the things we heard last time was, especially some of the businesses that are restaurants, that time just doesn't work. So I'm going to be around all afternoon. I'm also going to have the design team in the lobby. We'll have the design there for everybody to come ask questions. So there's a couple of these flyers on the back table for anybody, and invite you all there.
Go, Jim.
Couldn't we get more advance notice for the public to attend these events where this is Thursday and you're having it Monday?
Yep, we did post it on Carson Proud quite a bit ago. I just thought this would be a good time to mention it. So
When was it posted on Carson Proud?
a while back, I'm not sure exactly, but I could probably pull it up on Facebook if you want.
But this is gonna go to the public now or? Carson Proud, I gotta tell you, I don't think does a good job at all to get to the public. And so for this, to come to us Thursday and tell us there's a meeting Monday, I don't think that's enough notice. Can you postpone this and do it next week later? So we can have a week notice?
No, we're going to move forward. We have a tight schedule to make, so we're going to plan on presenting that. And I talked to a lot of business owners downtown, and they're planning on making it. So we got a good turnout so far from downtown.
Okay, well, hopefully the public will turn out. I think that's what it's for.
Okay.
Okay. Other public, is that it, Mr. Rotter? Thanks, Danny. Okay. Other public comment? Oh,
Electric fans.
okay. Other public comment? Anybody? Okay, I don't see any. We'll now take up the approval of the item 6, the approval of the minutes of May 7th, 2015. Has everybody had a chance to read those? And if there are any adjustments or amendments? If not, we can take a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of May 7th, 2015 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. On the adoption of the agenda, I've had 2 requests. One is to move to not consolidate, but have the Moss Adams issues come trail each other instead of having apart. So unless there's an objection, we'll move 28A to be heard right after 24B. So Moss Adams is the same. So that's 28A will be right after 24B.
Shouldn't we hear the opposite way? 28A first and then 24B?
Which one is the contract? And
The contract, I believe, is 28A. No, I'm sorry, 24D is the amendment to the contract. 28A is their presentation, so we should hear 28A first and then approve their contract.
okay, Mock's next. Whatever. So 28A, we'll do 28A, and then 24. That's fine. Okay, ready for that? Moss Adams here this morning? Anybody yet? Okay, I don't see any. Okay. I've also been advised that staff's going to pull item 18. Is that right?
That's correct.
Any other items from the agenda?
No further recommended changes.
Supervisor Shirk.
I did receive late material for 28A and 27A on June 17th. For agenda item 23 and agenda item 24E, I received those late last night because I picked them up out of my inbox around midnight. I have not had an opportunity to read those, so before these items come up, due to the arrival of the late material, I request that I be granted some opportunity to read the late material before we discuss the item.
Any other changes to the agenda? Anybody? Okay, I don't hear any. Let's move to special presentations. We'll take up 8A. Could we call up Chief Shrihans and Tom Tarullo, please? Tom, Chief, Bob, come on up.
Well, real quick, one of the things we want to do today is, you guys sit here a lot of times and see the fire. Oh, good too. Sorry, how about that better? All right, for the record, Bob Shrehan's Fire Chief. We just want to bring to you guys, you never really get to see what the effect that we have, what we're doing with the public. You guys see the budget side, and we're always asking for funds and equipment and stuff, and this is an opportunity for us to show you how everything really worked all together to make a difference in the public and the citizens that we serve. So with that, I'll let Chief Terulli kind of review everything.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Supervisors, City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. This is a great privilege. We, as the Chief said, we respond to a lot of calls every day, and we rescue folks every day, save lives. But we wanted to take an opportunity this time. Back in April, we responded to a report of a structure fire, and the dispatch said there might be also people inside have not got out of the structure. So we, as normal, all 3 stations responded, 51, 52, and 53. All crews responded, on-duty battalion chief. When they got there, it was confirmed there was a pretty significant fire, looked like in the garage area of the home. And so the initial crews started attacking the fire. The second crew arrival provided us a water supply and made entry into the house. And the third arriving crews went right into the home to try to do, as we normally do, try to rescue the occupants from the burning home. In many cases, people get out and they're safe, we're grateful for that. This time, it was reported that there was somebody still in the home, so there was a pretty aggressive attack on the fire and a search for anybody in the home. We did find, one of our captains found a young boy still in bed while the house was burning, filling with smoke, and snatched him out of his bed, ran through the house, brought him outside to a safe environment where we were able to treat him. So that's, the typical thing we do. We do that quite a bit, but we thought, if we're not into doing the public recognition all the time, and we thought we should do that more often. We should recognize for those things that we do behind the scenes, and especially when we're at that point where that day, it changed the life of some young man who would have been trapped in that home and may have had some major medical issues with the smoke and hopefully not injured by fire. So it was a great save. We're very proud of our guys for doing that type thing. And so today we want to take an opportunity to recognize them in public and in front of you as well. So I'd like to bring they're not all here today, but many of them showed up, and I'd like to have them come up here at this time, and I'd like to present them with what we call our Golden Axe Award. When you do something beyond the norm, when you do something out of the ordinary, you do something somebody else wouldn't do, we recognize you in the fire department with that golden axe and a plaque that goes in each of the stations. Today, we're going to issue that axe to one station, and they're going to pass it from station to station, and a plaque for each station recognize that crew for what they did that day.
It's a wonderful idea. Now we all up here know that axe is not going to be used in another manner. Thanks. All right.
And the other thing, too, one of the things you have to know is that under the policies that we have a 2-in, 2-out policy. And on that particular day, the engine company arrived, and we only have 3 guys on the fire truck. So they had to make a decision to make that entry without the appropriate people on the fire ground. And we allow them to do it based on what they see. So when they pulled up on scene, there's cars in the driveway. It's the middle of the day. We got some reports that there's people in the house. The other thing too is that we were getting reports that there was 2 kids in this house. They couldn't find them, and then when they actually finally got to them, he's still sleeping on the bed. Smoke's all the way down. Another 2 minutes, that kid would have been dead. So because we pulled them out of that, and that's kind of why we're here. It's a pretty significant issue for us, and we always hear about it, but we just want to make sure that they had to make all the appropriate correct decisions to make that happen, and that's what happened today. So we just want to make sure we're there. So we'll go ahead and call these guys up.
Gentlemen, as you know, our Golden Axe Award presented to those who go above and beyond or do something extraordinary. So on that day, I know many of your other partners are not here, but we want to recognize all of you for what you've done that day. I'm sure it made a difference in that young man's life and that family. So I'm going to hand this axe to Captain Quillisi, and if you would each take a turn passing it down. Today, if you guys would put it at station 51 and pass it from station to station, we appreciate that. And the plaque that would go on the wall, the Golden Axe Award presented to Fire Station 51, 52, and 53 in recognition of your life-saving efforts on April 23, 2015. Your quick access to fire, rapid extinguishment, and ventilation allowed a successful rescue of a young occupant. These efforts are greatly appreciated, and we thank you very much. So, Station 52, you're your most senior guy, Station 51, and Captain Helvey, Station 53. Thank you very much.
We have one more award. Mr. Mayor, would you please step down here?
Could I have Jim Quillisi come forward, please? Captain Quillisi, on behalf of a grateful community for all that you've done throughout the years and all you continue to do for us as witnessed by today, we'd like to present this certificate of recognition, and it reads as follows. To Captain Jim Quillisi, if you can hear me here, to Captain Jim Quillisi, in recognition of your life-saving efforts exhibited at a structure fire April 23rd, 2015. Your quick actions resulted in saving the life of a young occupant of a burning home. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by the department and the citizens of this community, dated this 18th day of June, 2015. Captain, again, on behalf of a grateful community, thanks for everything that you do. I know you guys are on duty 24 hours no matter where you are, so thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Can we get the board down here to get a picture, please? Can we have the board members come on down, please? Let's see if we can find a way to get a good picture while we're here. Jim, you get in front here and do this. Let's see. You can come on. All right, ready? What's this look like? Is this okay if we're out here like this, and we'll go like this?
It looks
What do you
perfect.
think? Are we blocking too many people?
No, no, actually, I think I have everyone. Okay, on three. 1, 2, 3. Let me do one more. 1, 2, 3. It's a good shot, actually. That's good.
Thank you, guys. I'll send it, Chief. I'll send the photos to you. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we need to stay down.
Stay down here, Jim, stay down here. Stay down here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that first. Stay right here. That's right. That Dan.
Dan.
Yeah, right. Different Dan. Dan, on behalf of a grateful community, we'd like to recognize you for 25 years of continuous service to your community. That service was embodied by the ceremony and the presentation we just had a few moments ago. So on behalf of all of us and the Board of Supervisors in your community, this is a Certificate of Longevity Award for 25 continuous years of service to our community. Thank you very much. And to Kathy Green. Good morning, Kathy. How are you this morning?
Thank you. I didn't do anything heroic.
You know what? In this world, we're here, we're heroes. That's okay. That's good. And you know, you say you haven't done anything heroic, but spending 15 years helping your fellow citizens out, making community a better place to live, that's heroic. So don't ever forget that. So on behalf of a grateful community, we'd like to give you this special presentation for 15 years of continuous service to this great community we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Come on up here. Okay, we got a picture. Jim, get it. There we go.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
She's so fast. She's quick with that camera. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move, we're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to convene as the Liquor and Entertainment Board. Is the sheriff here this morning? Okay. Anybody stand in for him? Just, no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. We'll let the record reflect that the Liquor and Entertainment Board is here today, with the exception of the sheriff. Is he just late, or shall I excuse him? What do you want me to do?
Mr. Mayor, I've got an email from him. I can either read it now or when we bring the applicant up.
Oh, right, I've read that. Okay, so right.
So what would your pleasure be? He's down at a gang conference in Las Vegas.
I apologize. I did see his note.
So I can read his comment now, or?
Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead and read it now. That's
okay. This is obviously from Sheriff Ken Furlong. For the liquor, he's actually have 2 items this morning in front of the board. For the liquor board.
We better keep me on the straight and narrow here. Better go to public comment first.
Okay.
Very good. Public comment on Liquor and Entertainment Board issues? I don't see any. Okay. Now you can read it. Let's see what.
For the liquor board, the sheriff's office is good with Diana Bash / Mona Lisa and wine. That's the extent of his comment on the liquor board item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, we'll excuse him and take into consideration what his comment, okay? All right. All right, let's take up the minutes of May 7th, 2015.
I move to approve the minutes of May 7th, 2015 in the Carson City Liquor and Entertainment Board as presented.
Motion second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay, now we'll take up item 13, and we'll incorporate by reference the statement that the city manager read from Sheriff Furlong, who is at a conference outside of the city today. Okay. Lena, take us through this, please.
This item is for possible action to approve Diana Bosch as the liquor manager for Francis Grace LLC, doing business as Mona Lisa and Wine, liquor license number 16-30751, located at 3821 South Carson Street. She is applying for a full liquor license. Staff is recommending approval.
Is she here this morning? Come on up. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Why don't you sit down and turn the light on and spend a few minutes telling us what you're going to do and how you're going to do it, and kind of give a little promo, and then tell us, you know, how you're going to police underage drinking? Or-
Absolutely. If
okay.
I can approach and hand
You
out
bet,
something while I
you bet.
discuss.
Go ahead, Diana, go ahead.
What I am trying to do is what's called a paint and pour business. What it is they're basically classes for adults where they come and they paint. It's basically a directed draw where somebody tells them what to do and they follow along with the painting. There is also the opportunity for them to get an alcoholic beverage if they would like. Oh, here we go.
You got one?
I need a mic. I'll go back. This is not a retail establishment. It's by classes that are signed up. There'll be two distinct classes, one for adults, and you have to be 16 and older to attend those classes. And then there'll be specific child activities in which no alcohol will be provided at all, even if it's the child with parents or grandparents. As far as monitoring the alcohol for the 16 and above, we will obviously follow all the laws of the state, all the procedures that we've learned through the required training class, and also as a mom of 17-year-old twins, have signage that says if you're under 30, you'll get carded. I find that if it's posted like that, it doesn't offend anybody, and if anything, it makes the younger women feel good, or the older women who look young feel good. So a tight rein on the alcohol, and again, we don't allow walk-ins, and it's just if people want it. It's there as well as other beverages. As you see on the information that I gave you, the first sheet kind of describes my plan, and there is none of these types of businesses in the Carson City area. There are approximately 4 now that are going into Reno, and as you see in the larger package, it's a phenomenon that's going on throughout the country and into South America. So it's very exciting. It's very culturally topical, and I'd like to bring that to Carson City because no one else has done that.
Very good, Diana. Sounds like an interesting project. And where is, tell us, I know I got the address before you're going to go, but tell us where it is so people know.
It's right next to Buffalo Wild Wings in the Rayleigh's parking lot, or that complex.
Okay. Board questions, comments? Motion's in order. Whoever wants to do it.
I move to approve Diana Bash as the liquor manager for Francis Grace LLC, DBA Mona Lisa and Wine, liquor license number 16-30751, located at 3821 South Carson Street.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Go forth and paint and sip.
Paint and prosper.
Paint and sip a little bit. That's good.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
sir.
for bringing something nouveau to our community. That's great, okay?
My pleasure. Thank
All right.
you.
All right. We're now on item number 14, public comment, concluding public comment. Anybody? I don't see any. Then we'll take up 15. We'll adjourn as the Liquor and Entertainment Board. We'll reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and we'll take up item 17A. This is the presentation by Walker and Associates, that's Mary and Steve Walker, to talk to us about the last legislative session. So, who's going to start? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Board of Supervisors, good morning.
Steve, turn your phone, you got to kind of watch how many of these mics are on, because it kind of always.
Well, thank goodness the 2015 legislature is over. I think overall, I think that the counties and our counties did extremely well. We were able to pass legislation that we have been trying to pass for literally decades. I have been Carson City's primary lobbyist for almost 30 years, and believe me, these are things we've tried to get through for almost that 30-year period. So I think it went really well. Some of the things that we were able to get through were SB 168, collective bargaining reform. The idea of that bill came from our four-county legislative coalition in working with our legislators. It basically allows for a reopener in an fiscal emergency. And what I did is I used Carson City's employee contract emergency as that definition, and now that is state law. So Carson City was the model. Also, it allows for a 3-month fund balance in your general fund that cannot be used for collective bargaining. And those two things together during a recession is going to save jobs, so that your only option sometimes when you can't reopen a contract is you're laying off people and you're cutting services. Well, now we have the means to be able to have a high enough fund balance to make it through a recession until you can reopen. And then you can then work with your employees to cut costs and avoid layoffs and service level cuts. So that's the intent of that in my 30 years.
And board members, if you want to ask questions,
yes, please.
See if we can do it while she's talking. That way,
yeah.
We'll just see how that goes. It's 3 months.
It's 3 months. Which equates to 25% on a fund balance.
Okay.
So it's really wonderful. We got that through, and the governor has signed it.
Okay.
AB 172 on prevailing wage, we finally got that increased, 100,000 to 250,000. It's not as much as we wanted, but at least it was something. SB 95 publishing tax rolls, we finally put a stake in the heart of that thing, which was really a loss of money and not a lot of good public information. You
First
do
Amendment
have
was here. I don't know where he is, but go
yes. We finally got that, but you do have to have an ad in this current fiscal year, in 15-16, excuse me, and after that, the publishing of the tax roll is done. We finally got some changes to SB 153 on presumptive eligibility for those employees who work less than 20, who leave service. Public safety employees who leave service with less than 20 years of service, they will have a limit on their heart and lung benefits, which means that our liability is going to significantly be reduced. The situation we have today is if they have 5 years worth of service, then they have heart and lung liability for all of their lives. They could leave service, go become an attorney or a doctor or some other profession, and 30 years later have a heart attack and file a claim because it is presumed it would have been from your 5 years public safety service. So we were able to eliminate that provision and make it more reasonable. SB 29 NACO home rule, we got it through for operations. It's not in regards to taxes or anything else, but it is in regards to our operations. So we're very excited about that.
Could you give a brief outline
Yes.
of what that entails, what that will allow?
What it allows is that for operational, so let's say your public works or nuisance abatement, a lot of other things, Nevada is a Dillon rule state, or was prior to this being passed. And what it says, and it's an 1800s court case, right? So this is very long-standing. And what it says in the Dillon's rule is that that local governments are creatures of the state, and unless the law specifically says that a local government can do something, then you can't do it. So what happens, and a lot of times, you will have citizen complaints about something, right? And because there's no law that says that you can address that, and we'll give you one situation in Carson City. There was a nuisance abatement in South Carson, but the law didn't allow us to address that nuisance abatement, and we had 100 people pack this room, and we had to tell those people, sorry, you have to wait 2 years because we have to get the law change in order for us to address your concern. So what this does in regards to operations is now you will be able to, when things come up, you will be able to address those things without having to go to the legislature, because it will be presumed that for operational purposes that you have the authority And you don't just need the law to say you specifically can do something. If it specifically precludes you and prohibits you from doing something, then you can't do it. But now the law is in your judgment's favor so that you can address those citizens' complaints. SB 482, elected officials salary bill, that was passed, 3% increase. AB 191.
Another question, sorry.
Yes, please.
On SB 482.
Yes.
This went through. Has any elected official received any funding with the passage of this?
No. It is a very similar bill. Every several years, I think it's been about 8 years since there's been an increase for elected officials. And when that happens, typically the bill goes through and it is that local government who has to pay for it. There is a provision in there. I forget the exact language, but it's is if you do not have the financial wherewithal, then you have some options not to take the increase. There's also an option for each elected official to decide not to take it. So there's a couple of outs on that.
Okay, on this, if it's a 3% per year increase, how far back does that go?
It starts this year and it's for a couple of years.
What's a couple?
I think it's 3 years, if I remember right. Is it 4? 4 years.
How about elected officials that are no longer in position? Would they be affected? Would they get any back pay?
No.
Only those that are presently in the seat?
Right.
Okay.
If they've already retired, they're in the PERS system. They wouldn't get any, they're in the PERS system.
And does all of that have to come to the Board of Supervisors, or how does this go into effect? How does the 3% get paid to the elected officials?
It's going to go through your finance and your personnel department, and they're going to be following the law as far as for each individual, when it takes place, and it's state law now. So
It doesn't need board approval?
No.
So it goes through the system, everyone gets paid after that?
Right.
Thank you.
What's the effective date on the bill?
I think it's July 1. Do we have an elected official here? Yeah. I believe it's
Mr.
July
Dolly
1.
knows. Dave, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Dave Dolly, Carson City Assessor's Office. It does become effective July 1, and the only portion that does have to go through you guys is the supervisors increase. If you guys decide to give yourself an increase at that point, it has to go to a vote. But as far as the treasurer, the sheriff, the district attorney, that's all budgeted for this year. And so it's just to become effective July 1st unless there's a financial, thank you, hardship.
Yeah, question.
Dave, is it opt-in or opt-out? It's opt-out. Okay, so it wouldn't come to the board for us to approve it. It would come to the board so that we could opt out.
Yeah, I believe it's an opt-out. And I'm sorry I wasn't too clear on it. This, the last changes happened at the very last few minutes of the session when there were like hundreds of other bills, but yeah, it's an
And if I
opt-out.
could also, Supervisor Shirk, when the bill was being debated, my understanding is it's an individual opt-out. You don't opt in, it's only individual opt-out. This bill and a number of others, the LCB Legislative Council Bureau is going through them all. So as we get their findings, we'll implement, obviously, the new law here.
And the increases go back to 2013?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, it's as of July 1. Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just so you know, if there is a financial hardship in the county, the board at that point can say nobody's going to get them. But if we've already gotten them, then we can actually give them back.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's kind of a two-way street. If there's a financial hardship and you guys say we can't do it, then we don't get them. I hope that helps.
Well, and Jim, I think you mentioned it goes from today, and actually, I think legally it goes from July 1.
Right, it's prospective.
I don't know if that was clarified. So it's the first, if it happens, it's going to be the first pay period in July, and then if you want to opt out, you opt out, I guess, at that time.
That's
Okay.
correct. And I believe it's the first time in 8 years since we've had a salary increase?
The last bill that actually went through was 2007. It was SB 516. And that opted for a 3% increase for a 4-year time period, kind of very similar to what this one does.
Okay, and then AB 191, the fuel tax indexing bill passed, and there will be a 2016 ballot question. AB 364, the portal.
Sorry, Mary.
Yes.
On AB 191 fuel tax, how much is that going to increase, this fuel tax?
It's based on an index.
Yeah, it's a consumer price index, and that's what happens. So it depends on what the consumer price index is going to be.
It's consumer
It's
price index
inflation.
for road construction.
For road construction, right.
We have no idea percentage-wise or pennies?
It changes every year.
Yeah.
What is it today?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have
Does
no idea.
anybody?
Pardon me?
Does anybody know?
It's the same model that Washoe County has, and it was determined on a statewide basis that that's the type of indexing that they would do. So there will be a lot more information as it comes out to the vote.
Thank you.
AB 364, the portal bill, that's out of the Secretary of State. They gave us an amendment, which we requested, which states specifically that this will not cost any of the counties and that it is enabling only. Otherwise, that could have cost us about $500,000 to upgrade our computer system.
Can I ask a question on
Yes,
that one, please? So the final bill indicated it wouldn't cost us any money. Is that only if we don't opt in?
It's period. None of the provisions are going to require us to spend any money. Plus, it's a may. We may do these things.
So we have an opportunity to actually join on to the portal for no cost to add our business license. So when someone registers at the Secretary of State, they could actually complete the entire process in one step. So certainly, I think it's something, since it won't cost us any money, we should look at.
Well, when I say...
Actually, that's not the case.
Yeah, let me clarify that. The problem we've had with this bill in the past, in the 2013 legislative session, is it was a mandatory, you have to do these things, which was the full integration. To do the full integration, because, and it's not just us, it's all 15 rural counties, we have such old system that we have to upgrade our system to get it to integrate, and that's where the $500,000 comes from. So, what we did is we took that bill, we says, first off, it's a may, we may do it, but there's nothing in this section that requires us to spend money. So if you wanted to do that, you would have to come up with the funds. It's your option. It's enabling.
So it's the implementation on our side to receive the data that's the problem.
Or to give it to
us.
them. Yes,
Okay.
it's
The
to do the
interchange. Okay.
interchange, yeah. But I'm really happy that the Secretary of State's office worked with us this time. It was a real battle last session, and I really appreciate the Secretary of State working with us. SB 30, the NACO longevity bill, that has enabling language that an elected official may choose not to take longevity. SB 241, yes, please.
Why would any elected official choose not to take it? What would be why would this
Well,
push through?
what happened was in a fiscal emergency when we had the Great Recession, the elected officials by law were required to still get longevity. And so the counties wanted an option that for the next recession, if you had, you were laying off people and you wanted to contribute, and not, like, you wanted to lay off your staff, well, now, wait a minute, I, as an elected official, I would like not to take my longevity because I want to save my staff. That's their option, and that's where it came from.
Well, I think it also came from the fact, unless I'm wrong, but I think, because certain counties were telling unions, we want to eliminate longevity pay, and so the answer back is, well, how can you tell us that? Well, you've got a statute that says you get it no matter what.
Right,
Okay.
right. That's true.
All right.
Thank you. SB 241, collective bargaining. That is one you need to take a look at. It requires the unions to reimburse the cost of employee time off to do union business, or to decrease the amount of negotiated award to reimburse the cost of employee time of doing business. This has already been a dust up on this in regards to Clark County. And there is some LCB opinions. I got that to you yesterday about what this actually means. So you might want to have your legal counsel take a look at it and make sure that we're following the law and the interpretation. I think there's different types of interpretations already, just, a week after the governor signs it.
City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, we have the LCB opinion on this. The DA has also looked at it. We're going to bring you 2 collective bargaining agreements, most likely July 2nd at that meeting, and those CBAs are in full compliance with 241, specifically the reopener language. Thank you.
CBA's collective bargaining agreement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
SB 170 data center abatement, that passed. That's a big deal. What that does is that's going to bring a lot more data type of, we're talking large, like maybe eBay came and testified in favor of this. So it could be a real good opportunity in northern Nevada for some additional economic development. SB 353, that would have required bidding for everything, including professional services, engineers, architects. So you'd be hiring people based on lowest bid, not based on what their qualifications are. We had a tremendous amount of problem with that, and we were able to kill that bill. AB 170 bonding was amended. Originally, that would have limited our bonding capacity to $2.5 million per bond. You would not have been able to do your sewer, your water projects, we were able to work with that and the sponsor of the bill in order to eliminate all the problems that we had with it. It did retain a provision in there, which I think is good government, and that provision says that when you get a bond and you have for a specific type of project, then you have to spend the bond proceeds according to your bond covenants. That's good government. That was good to put that in there.
Contract.
It is contract. It is.
I don't know how you spend outside the bond covenant, but maybe somebody's pretty creative. I don't know.
Well,
wouldn't happen here, I'll tell you that.
I didn't even know in my 30 years in local government finance, I didn't even know that you could do this. But John Swenside testified that there was a legal process where they could actually repurpose. It's called repurposing the bonds. So let's say you issued the bonds for a downtown parking lot or something, and you decided not to do that, you could go through a legal process through the bondholders to repurpose it to something else. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, but that takes a board vote to repurpose it,
Yes.
same as it does on the board.
Yes, it does. But this means that you can no longer do that because that caused some problems.
Good government, it's fine.
Yeah. SB 111, police recording devices, that originally was mandatory for all of us. It would have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. We were able to provide testimony, if we do this, we're going to be laying off police officers. So we have to make a choice. It was amended to only affect the highway patrol. SB 122, Carson City had tremendous concerns about that, recycling construction materials. That would have seriously caused some monetary problems. It would have required construction materials on construction sites to be transported to Reno instead of coming to the Carson City landfill. And that includes construction waste from Tahoe, Douglas County, Lyon County, and Carson City. So that was a very bad bill for us. We were able to first get an amendment that it only pertained to Clark County, and then eventually the bill was killed. SB 487 was a big one for the counties. That would have shifted the cost of the criminally insane to the counties, and it would have cost $170,000 per person. We don't have any criminally insane in Lakes Crossing, but it could happen, and as soon as it happened, if this bill passed, we would have been charged with that cost. Consolidated taxes were not changed, even though we had Fernley trying to change it, and we were very happy that there is no change because it would have done nothing but damage us. We made some changes to AB 366 on right-of-way, AB 163 on rangeland fire associations, AB 281 traffic laws. They were decriminalizing the traffic laws, which means that we would have no longer have gotten the traffic fees. So that's what runs our courts. That would have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. That bill was eventually killed. AB 454 on manufactured home parks, that was amended by our counties to address our concerns. And SB 146 on sleeping periods, we asked for that amendment. And then we had a couple of very big election bills, all of them which did not pass, and that would have cost us a tremendous amount of money also. So we were able to get through that without really a lot of damage. There was another one, SJR 13, that passed. That is a Senate joint resolution which changes the property tax assessment in the state of Nevada, more like a little bit similar to Proposition 13, where when you sell a property, then the value, the monetary value of that property is now your value, your assessed value, basically. It has to go through 2 legislative sessions and a vote of the people. At this point, I wasn't involved in trying to pull together what the fiscal impact would be. Originally, there was tremendous concerns amongst the counties that and cities that it would decrease the property tax revenues to local governments. They did make some amendments to try and address those concerns, but I think this needs a lot of study to determine what actually would be the effect. And we need to do that in this next biennium. We need to look at our jurisdictions and find out how would this impact Carson City and study it through the treasurers, through their billing and run some models. I know they tried to do that, but we had to do it very quickly. And I just think that this is something we really, really need to study in the interim.
I have a comment on that, Mary, which I've talked to you about, especially on the commercial property side for investments. If an investor is buying a commercial property, the price of that property is based on the cash flow of the property. So they look at the price of the property when they purchase it and say the taxes are $10,000 a year. So now that property is reassessed on point of sale and the taxes go up to $40,000 a year. You've just now paid, say, $5 million for a property the day you close. It's now worth $3.5 million. So you're right. We need to seriously look at this before we decide which way we want to go on it.
Right. And the other thing, you bring up a really good point in regards to the whole real estate transaction market. I have a lot of family in California. I'm sure we all have family and friends in California. To me, that whole thing about rebasing your property tax or your assessed value at the time that you sell, that has stopped a lot of people from selling their homes. They will stay in their homes a long time because they know if they sold their home and went to something else, they would have a huge jump in their taxes. And it affected the market. And I think probably more than anything, that's what concerns me the most about it. I don't think government action should be affecting our market, our real estate market. So I'm concerned about the implications of that. There were 3 bills that we did not win on, but neither did the state, schools, or other local governments. And these are 3 we fought to the bitter end. AB 106 on design professionals, it does shift some of the liability from engineers and architects to the state, local governments, and schools. We had that killed like 20 times, and it would come back up. We had it killed. Steve and Jeff Fontaine were the ones on this one, and it was killed, and the next day they came back up. It was killed, the next day it came. And it was like, wow. It got through. And when it got through, we got notice from the governor's office, why did this get through? We're going, well, we tried to get your highway department, NDOT, to get involved, and unfortunately, if the state had been more involved in something like this, maybe, we could have stopped it, but that one did get through. AB 332 on public works, that's going to require sales tax to be paid on public works materials. We fought that, and Steve and I and another gentleman, Jim Endres, were the only ones. Our 4 counties and Tumwa in Reno were the only entities against this bill. NACO was neutral. And they were neutral because they couldn't get a consensus amongst the counties. It was Marilyn Kirkpatrick's bill, and that was the one she wanted. And in the end, to get her vote for taxes, that was one of the bills she was able to get through. So we were doing real good till the end, and a bunch of deals were made in order to get the tax votes. Child Protective Services, this was, just a horrible defeat. What happened was the state, when they have new people in there, and when they were developing the original governor's budget like a year and a half ago on what they would charge to the counties, they made errors in the calculation. They were charging us for more than Child Protective Services. They're charging us for also some pieces of child welfare, which we're not supposed to pay for. So we asked, based on the concerns of the counties, we asked the state to meet with us. We got the State Department of Health and Human Services. We met with Mike Wilden. We were able to get the governor to approve an amendment to correct the error. It went to the money committees. We talked to the money committees. We showed them the error. And for some reason, there is a disconnect between LCB staff and the governor's staff and Department of Health and Human Services, and they couldn't come to agreement. We got stuck with these costs. Amber Howell, who is the division director of Department of Health and Human Services, Mike Wilden, and others, have stated that they want to meet with us. We're going to start meetings in September to talk about the future of Child Protective Services and whether you even want to stay with the state now that you have these huge costs. You could go on your own. We could do it regionally. Washoe County does a marvelous job on Child Protective Services. They could perhaps take a look at what is being provided here, and maybe they could come up with some alternatives for us. But what Mike Wilden and the others have stated is they want to work with us, and they want to work with us on the budget too. They want to work with us on what service level, that if we stay with them, what service level and what the budget is going to be, so we all agree so that we don't have an error going in. So we're going to start that process in September, but it is going to take a lot of study from you because it is a vital service. But that's going to be one of our big pushes this interim in the next 18 months.
How much difference is this that we're going to be paying on the bill?
Well, it was $100,000 more than we thought we were going to have. Yeah, I think it's in the $500,000 range is what you would be paying.
49, is that right? 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number went up actually over 150,000, up to about 489. If
I think it was 530.
530, I think.
I'm sorry, 530.
Yeah.
So we had a considerable increase in it.
Yeah, and it was because of an error. So that one was incredibly disappointing. So that's in general where we are. I do want to thank, first off, I want to thank city staff, Nick Morano, Nick Providenti, and all the city staff, the DA's office, fire department, sheriff's department, everybody. We monitored over 500 bills. And they all go out to your department heads and to Nick, and we get responses back on, what this means for Carson City. What are the pros? What are the cons? And it's a lot of work, and your staff was phenomenal. Want to thank Supervisor Bonkowski and the mayor for their guidance in being on our legislative team. And also the Senator Kekeffer, Senator Settlemeyer, Assemblyman O'Neill, Assemblyman Wheeler, and Assemblywoman Titus were fabulous to work with. We bugged them all session long, and every time they're welcoming us into their office. They want to hear the issues, they want to talk to us, and they were really a team, and just really want to thank them tremendously for their hard work. And I know Steve has some water bills, natural resource bills he wanted to talk to you about.
For the record, Steve Walker. I also want to thank staff for all the input. Also on 332, the payment on sales tax on public works project, our efforts did amend it to exclude specialty items. So if the utility company is going to go out and do a major water line replacement, sewer line replacement, and valves and control systems can be purchased ahead of time, so you have them at the construction time, you would not have to pay taxes on those. You would have to submit what you paid to the Department of Taxation. Also, another amendment included all local work. If it's not a public works contract, but it's your public works department doing the work, no taxes, no report. And I wanted to clarify that. I focus on water and natural resource bills during the session. There was 8 water bills. 2 of them made it through. It was very unusual from a water standpoint. The state engineer had water bills that didn't make it, and water bills for the first time since 1995, since I've been working that issue in the legislature, got put into the political arena and not into the merit arena. And several of the bills died simply for political payback reasons, not because of what the bills were about. And that's disheartening to me. We should manage water to sustain the resource and not play politics. The ones that did make it, AB 198 is a water study that will be conducted by the Public Lands Interim Committee over the biennium. It's going to be somewhat rural-oriented, looking at water supply issues and alternative water supply issues. I do think if Carson City had an interest in pursuing any water legislation, it would be a very good avenue to get a BDR through. They have 10 BDRs, and there might be an opportunity. During the interim, as we do interim reports to you, I will be monitoring the committee and keeping you updated on that. Another bill that more related to the more rural counties with larger land areas, but for the first time, conservation districts in the state have an ability to have a funding mechanism. It would be a board of county commissioners would have to ask would have to approve and ask for a petition among landowners in a county, and if the landowners sign the petition, a majority of them goes back to the Board of County Commissioners and could be put on a general election ballot and or a mail-in ballot to fund the conservation districts at no more than $25 a year per parcel of land within the conservation district. That's no more, it could be less too. And you might see some movement from Douglas County and the Carson Valley Conservation District on that. The other thing, that's basically it. Again, I'm glad the session's over, and I'm glad it's summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary and Steve. Any questions? Any public comment? I don't see any. Thanks again. Go take a break. I know you're going out the rest of the counties, but after that, go take some time off. There's a question here.
Sorry, Mary, I do have one question before you go. In your report, SB 93, the aircraft abatement bill, it shows it's dead, but wasn't that rolled into another bill?
For the record, Mary Walker, you know what, I'll have to check and see. There was a lot of discussion in regards to the whole abatement issue brought up by the Democrats and Marilyn Kirkpatrick. When I last talked to the airports, I asked them, you know, why was that going through so quickly? And then all of a sudden, when it got to the assembly taxation, it stopped. They said it was Marilyn Kirkpatrick and the whole abatement issue. So let me see if it was rolled into to another bill.
If you could follow up on
Sure,
that.
I will. I'll get that for you. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other matters on this issue. I don't know if we want to take a motion on this one or not. I think it's just an update. So unless somebody has a heartburn, we'll just take the report as given. Let's now take up item 17B, NNDA quarterly report.
It is an action item.
Yeah, I know, but
You don't have to take any.
yeah. And I don't know what I don't, you know, if we're not complying with the law, we're not. Anyway. Oh. I'm in the
You don't
dark.
need- you don't need to
What I
take a
meant to
motion.
say,
You may
what I
take
meant
a
to
motion
say
if you
is,
need to.
the motion really just said, hey, comply with the law, and, I mean, that's what it's supposed to say. And I think, we're gonna do that no matter whether you have a motion or not, so. But, sometimes it's good to be king, so. Mr. Campo, go.
Good morning. For the record, Danny Campos, the Vice President of Business Development with the Northern Nevada Development Authority. Mr. Mayor, Supervisors, thank you for your time this morning. I'm going to give a very brief oral overview of the written report that each of you should have a packet in front of you. In the packet, you should see 4 attachments, one being a copy of the original task and timelines, the manufacturer's interview update, the manufacturer's career pathway programs, and the current Bureau of Labor Statistics for Carson City. Now, following in line with the sequence of the written report that you have, starting off with retention and expansion. In that area, the manufacturer's interviews began back in October of last year. During that period of time, well, since then, we've created and vetted and completed the interview process and format. We've emailed and mailed the first, second, and now third phase of the invitation letters to the manufacturers, created data entry portal to store the response data, and we've also formed and trained 3 interview teams to do the interviews with the manufacturers. Now, since that time and the results to date, and this will be outlined in attachment 2 on your packet, we have identified 192 qualified manufacturers for the interviewing process. We have interviewed now 43 manufacturers to date. Through those 43, we've identified 8 expansion opportunities, 3 of which we are moving forward on currently. Assisted 14 additional manufacturers in the area of finance, workforce and/or education, foreign trade zone education, hub zone education, and new market tax credit programs, which is basically access to capital options, and industrial revenue bonds, tax-exempt municipal bonds. These are areas that the vast majority of the 43 manufacturers that we sat down with were not even aware existed. A lot of the financial opportunities or options that they had, they were not really highly educated on their options as well. There was a lot of eye-opening for a lot of them to understand the fact that they actually had specific tax abatement incentives in place to assist them financially and tax-wise down the road up to a 10-year period. For expansions. So a lot of these guys were trying to do these expansions without even realizing that this was an option to them. And I might note over the years since I've been involved with NNDA, this has been a massive project for us to try and consistently get out word to these manufacturers that this is the case for them. It's very difficult because a lot of these manufacturers, if you work with them, you'll know this, but they're very closed loop, very private. They don't like to share a lot of what they have within their 4 walls. But of these 43, amazingly enough, they have been very open and have asked us back and assisted us with getting other appointments with other manufacturers that they're closely related to business-wise. So some of the information, like the top 3 concerns I think is worth noting here today is what the trends seem to be, the vast majority of concerns from these guys was the lack of qualified workforce and level of workforce education. Again, after talking to some of them, it was more of a, not necessarily educating them on what's really going on out there, but informing them of the different programs that are currently in place that can help them and assist them in these various areas of challenge that they've discussed with us. So. But moving forward, and I think for the most part, and they will admit, it was more of a historical comment than anything else. And in the past, we've experienced this an ongoing challenge. The other one was infrastructure, high-speed internet, particularly between the areas of Arrowhead to Deer Run Road. That seemed to be a very major issue with almost all of them. And then lastly was government and legislation concerns, more or less, but maintaining reasonable cost of doing business. Naturally, that's out of the control of most, but their concern is, are we going to keep an eye on? And I think a lot of it had to do recently, at least in the last several weeks of our meetings, of what they're reading in the newspapers and what's going on in the legislature. So that was maybe prompted a little more from that public knowledge than anything else. But in addition to what we've already reported, the interviews have allowed us to get across the message that we thought was one of the top 3 most important things we can do for these guys, is to help them understand that all they have to do for anything they need is pick up the phone and call one agency, one authority. Call NNDA, let us go to work facilitating, finding solutions to your challenges, connecting you with the right services, capital, whatever it might be, workforce, whatever it is. Oddly enough, as hard as we tried over the years, probably half of these, if not more, the manufacturers that we have talked to were not aware that that was the case, that all they had to do just to get educated on exporting, increasing market share, going nationally, internationally, and so on and so forth. These are all things that NNDA does not do directly, but we facilitate just pretty much anything they can imagine they would need to do. So that message is very clear to these folks now, and in fact, we've had a dozen or more calls from those same manufacturers asking specific questions or for assistance or direction. So far, I would say definitely this is working, and it's working in the direction that we all would hoped it would. Also, the additional things I think of note is they understand the benefits offered for expansion. So they're a little more apt to look at that concept of adding more jobs if they understand that there are benefits financially to them in the long haul, to including tax abatements and other programs in place to kind of help them with that cost of the initial expansion to begin with. They have new sources of gaining capital, or at least they have new options, I should say. Assisted with project feasibility, so now they understand that we can go in there with a team, sit down with their executive group and say, look, here's what we want to do, and then what we would put together is a feasibility report for them saying, here's how realistic this is, and maybe your timelines are too short or too long or whatever the case is, or your capital options maybe a little better shuffled or whatever the case might be. They understand now that we can come in there and do that for them free. And that was another huge eye-opener for most of these guys. The new professional services and relationships, so probably at least 24 connections have been made in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months since we started this project with the manufacturers and services within the Carson City area, CPAs, lenders, or whoever they might be. Tax and financial incentives, they're a lot more educated on what those are and how they actually work. And then programs and revenue for growth and increased sales, which is export and so on and so forth. Just options for increasing their share, market share. And in closing on this portion of the report, we currently have an additional 15 appointments confirmed and set for the next 4 weeks, excuse me. And we have averaged so far about 2.5 meetings per week, which is a little higher than what we anticipated because it's very difficult. I don't know if anyone has had this experience before, but to get manufacturers, at least the right people, the decision makers, to sit down long enough to have a conversation with someone they've never met before or familiar with but haven't taken the time to sit down with. So it's just a tough thing to do for them. But all in all, it's going very well, and we're very pleased up to this point.
Karen's got a question.
Go ahead. Karen. Danny, my question is, in the spirit of facilitation, I noticed that Aloha Medicinals in the questionnaire talked about offering plant mycology and that should be discussed with the high schools and the college. We have a plant science, I'm familiar with that because of the greenhouse project and the ag department. Have you interfaced with our school system to see if they can offer those types of classes so it's such that there's a connection here for a major employer?
At this point, that did come up, not on that particular situation, and we referred it to our Workforce and Education Committee to work with WNC and the high school, actually. And I cannot be honestly sit here and tell you that where exactly that conversation has gone just to this point. But we do, that's all part of it, exactly what you're talking about. We have to identify these things in order for us to do anything about them. But I can say this, that yes, we will pursue that and make sure that finds a resolution.
So, Danny, I'm looking at the report, and so item 3 that deals with infrastructure, and then also you touch on it in your summary. Are you getting the feeling that our infrastructure is is poor out in the Gonai Road area and things, that we actually won't have manufacturers staying here and that they might relocate and that we also can't bring more in? Is this becoming an issue for us?
Well, the biggest challenge we have is that the opinion, the perception of the existing manufacturers, because a lot of times we have specific manufacturers we work with that are similar in what they do with companies that we are courting that might be here on a visit, and we'll set them down. And unfortunately, yes, that seems to come up quite often. And it's to the point where we've kind of gone away from that theory for a little while. But the perception out there is that, yes, we know that there's actually there's fiber out there. There's things out there that belong to various entities. They don't want to share. That's not the manufacturer's fault. That's not the city's fault. It's just a situation that we have to try and work out with those entities. But in general, some word about the roads was a concern out there in the Arrowhead, Gonai area there. But the fiber was the biggest thing, the capabilities out there.
Well, are we expecting in the end of this that we'll get an actual synopsis report that will maybe give us guidelines as to where we're going? Is that part of the project? I know this was before me, but is that one of the expectations from this, that we'll have data to help us make some decisions?
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. And in addition to that, if the supervisors are willing down the road as well, maybe sit down at a round table with some of the key folks that we've interviewed that might represent, the larger portion of industry that we have here in Carson City. Anything like that is a positive thing for us. But yes, in the end, we want to sit down. We want to say, here's what here's what we have to deal with, and look at prioritize these things and be realistic and say, okay, can we actually make a difference here and change these three things? So, and NNDA wants to play a major role in that happening. That's what it's all about. So, okay,
Morning,
moving.
Danny.
Oh,
You want to finish, how much do you have left of your presentation?
Just the other two sections of what's on the written report. I can
wait.
Okay, it's up to you. We're going to the workforce and education section, which is outlined on attachment 3 of your packet. NADA has partnered with several manufacturers, Carson High School and WNC, to assist with the creation of 2 manufacturing-related career pathways. These programs include, one is a series of 4 manufacturing-specific courses targeted at high school students. The second is 2 job skills certification programs offered to all adult residents, to include on-the-job training and current employee upward advancement. These programs include, on the program side, applied industrial technology hands-on lab, applied industrial technology projects and electronic control systems. The certification programs include manufacturing technology and industrial electronic technicians. These programs actually were NNDA is not going to stand before you and take credit for these by any means, but it was part of what we were directed to do in our agreement, is to try and find solutions. So obviously to do that, we're not experts in the education arena. So we saw projects already in process, things that were being done around us. We pulled those people together, got involved with them at their request in some areas, and these 2 programs and certification programs were part of that, the output of that partnership. So, the last section is the recruitment section. Now, obviously, it's a little early in the agreement for us to really show specific increases percentage-wise on job count for manufacturing jobs, being that the normal project that we work with, the average window for a win is anywhere from 14 to 24 months. So we're early on in that process. We are working with several opportunities, I should say. We've completed the first of 4 planned reverse site visits to California. A reverse site visit is basically where we go out and meet with executive teams of companies that have expressly invited us to come meet with them for the purpose of discussing the option of potential expansion into Carson City. So we went out and met with, on that particular trip, was back in December. We are currently working with several of those companies. But we met with 12 qualified companies and their executive teams during that trip. We picked up from that trip an additional 5 lower-level leads that came from 3 or 4 of the people that we met with or some of their executive teams. We never leave without asking the question. So, and they are very small projects. However, they're anywhere from 5 to 15 jobs, and those are a lot shorter timeline as well to start getting over here and start creating those jobs. So, 6 of these companies we visited with have already come to Carson City. 3 of them have come more than once. And at this point, we have one company that is very close to committing. It's a very significant project, we feel, but the challenge we have is finding a suitable building in Carson City for this particular company. As soon as we learned that was an issue, well, we actually did know that going in, but we've started going in the direction of working with them on a build-to-suit option. With that option, it would create 2 things. Number one, a new building in Carson City, which would start a trend that has not been in place for many years now. But and we have programs in place that we have introduced them to new market tax credits. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but it is a access to capital program that can assist companies, existing companies, no matter what state they're in. If they wanted a project in another state, for instance, like this, they can actually utilize that money at a very, very low interest rate. And then
Danny,
most of that.
Danny, on that one, I don't know how many of those qualify because to get new market tax credits, you got to be in a low income area. I don't know where that line goes out there.
Yeah, it's, well, for Carson City, yeah, you
Right.
gotta, I keep going with my regional brain here.
Okay,
so,
that's all right. I
I'm
just wanted
sorry,
to make sure that, we're not marketing something to those that they may not qualify for out there.
In Carson City, they wouldn't. There's only one tract in Carson City. It's the far eastern end of Carson City that even would even fall into that, but it's pretty much Mound House for the most. But so you are correct on that. I do apologize again, going to my regional brain here. But with that, the EB5 program is one significant program that we've introduced them to. Again, a long process, but there are bridge loans available and so on and so forth. So there are different programs available to these companies to try and help them to do a build-to-suit. The builders, they're kind of waiting for somebody to come in and say yes. So it's kind of a catch-22 right now, but we do have this company right there, and I think that with the right work, we may be able to close them soon. So
very good. Brad and Jim, I think Jim's always like going on and off. But Brad.
Are you done with your presentation?
Almost. Just to close this out.
Go.
In closing, to date, we have 24 new leads generated, 12 of those leads through fee-based contracted service, which set up our reverse site visits with the executive teams, 3 leads through the ongoing email and mail campaigns, and 24 total site visits, and that includes repeat site visits from companies that have come more than once. So that does conclude my oral portion of that. So questions?
Good. Got a couple up here.
Danny, how long do you think it's going to take to complete the interviews? I mean, doing the math, if you're at 2.5 interviews a week, I'm coming up with about 60 weeks, a little over a year to finish.
We're hoping now, with the help of some of the folks that we've interviewed, the 43 that have come forward and to help us connect with others to kind of get directly to the source, that we could probably cut that down and probably increase it to about 5 to 10 a week. It's just been a real tough go so far, trying to get them on the phone, let alone set an appointment with us. So.
And you led into one of my other questions, which is, as you complete interviews, do you think that those relationships will help you to set interviews with other manufacturers?
Yes.
And the percentage of manufacturers that are declining to be interviewed, do you think it will help with that as well? Will you go back and revisit the companies that have declined to be interviewed based on relationships maybe with other manufacturers that you have interviewed?
Mm-hmm. The declines have only been about 1% at the most. There have been very few declines. What we're experiencing is kind of putting us off. So, oh, yeah, let me get back to you on that. Let me get back to you on that. So it takes 10 calls sometimes just to get one person to finally say, okay, in our opinion, we call it a mercy response. So they just said, okay, I'll just do it. What time do you want to do it? So, but no, the declines have been very few, oddly enough. So we figured some of these guys would probably not want anything to do with it, but that's not the case.
How long do you think, I know that we've been working on the workforce development program with Carson High and WNC with Join for going on 5 or 6 years now. How long do you think before we're going to start seeing an accelerated use of that program? Because I know that we've graduated now, I believe, 2 classes, maybe 3 classes. The number of students is going up. How long do you think before that's fully implemented and we start seeing an effect with our manufacturers?
Well, if the manufacturer had their way, it would be immediate. It's all a funding issue. The more money we can pour into a system like that or a program like that, the quicker we can get it and the more people we can get through it. As far as the people involved, the NNDA, the manufacturers, the education system, I think they're all on board for pouring as many people as we possibly can get through a program like that. So that's a tough question for me to answer at this point because, again, it's a funding issue more than anything. If we had a lot of money to throw at it, that number would be 10 times what you're talking about. But there are other programs in place, too, that we're trying to layer onto this that can shuffle more people through. With the Tesla deal going on out there, TMCC is going to show a bright example of how this process can work, and I think that's going to enhance our probability of following along with that process as an example. So in other words, now we know it can be done. Now we know it can be funded. Now we know it works. And now let's take that and move it over here at maybe a smaller level and then build from there. So.
Just a note, referring back to one of the mayor's comments, the last industrial building that was built in Carson City was in 2005. So it's been 10 years since an industrial building's been built here, which is an eternity in the construction industry and is really hurting our ability to recruit new manufacturers here. I am very pleased with this program and the way it started. I just want to make the point that we're out there recruiting every day, but it doesn't help us to recruit if we're not retaining the manufacturers that we already have here, because then we're either treading water or going backwards even while we're recruiting new companies here. So I think that this program is critical, and the fact that it looks like about 20% of the companies that you've interviewed have been interested in some sort of an expansion is really phenomenal. So thank you, Danny.
Hang on. Did you have a follow-up before I give it to
Mr. Mayor, thank you. In regards to Supervisor Bunkowski's former question concerning manufacturing education, next week, June 25th, we're going to do a joint school board, Board of Supervisor meeting. We're going to do an update on the manufacturing technician, the MT1 certification program at Western Nevada College. It's also been integrated into the Jumpstart program at Carson High, and we'll provide an update for you next week.
Jim, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Just going back a few items on the expansion, on your report, I have it labeled page 5, September 1, 2014 to August 31st, 2016, Phase 1, Action 1, item number 5, infrastructure issues and so forth. How does anybody expand if we have these many issues? So how do we get somebody to expand if we don't know what's stopping them from expanding?
Pardon me. We do know what's stopping them from expanding in almost every case, but most of it's finance. Most has to do with financing. But as far as the infrastructure, we're talking about expansion. When we talk about an expansion, it's a very wide range of opportunity. Some companies look at an expansion, and we do too, as the number of jobs they create. And to do that, sometimes you have to purchase new equipment, a new product line, new lines in general. And to do that, you have to hire new people and train them. So you don't need the fiber, and you don't need the roads, and you don't need a lot of this stuff that we're talking about for that type of an expansion. Now, in other words, another case out in Dayton, for instance, the Websterant Company, 102 employees, a massive building out there, they're going to double their footprint. Now, in that case, yeah, you'd probably need to look at a lot of these other challenges that are out there. Large expansions, those things will prohibit, I believe personally, as a professional, a large expansion here in Carson City. But the smaller expansions where you do a dozen of them for 5 to 10 jobs apiece, that adds up. That adds up a lot. So right now, that's our focus. We're not going to sit still because there might be some issues or some challenges out there. We're going to move forward with everything we have. And 5 or 10 jobs apiece add up in a hurry. So.
On still that same section, Phase 2, it says utilize the State of Nevada Governor's Office Economic Development. Mr. Hooper sits on that, so that's a real benefit for us for working with NNDA. He sits on that, correct?
Which one now?
The Governor's Office of Economic Development?
Yes.
He does sit on that, right?
You sit on what board? I mean, I'm not sure what board you're talking about.
Well, it says utilize the State of Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development.
Yes.
Do we have any member of NNDA sit on that board?
There is no board. The Governor's Office of Economic Development is actually a government entity. It's a state agency, I guess you can say. It's all developed with Steve Hill is actually the statewide director of that particular entity. It's the governor's project, I guess you could say, his whole department that works in the economic development sector for the state. And we work in partnership with GOED, us and EDON and the other entity and organization in Clark County, the 3 big ones. And when we talk about that, it's using their resources because their job is really to help us as EDAs create jobs in our communities, in our region. So that's what that is alluding to. It's not a board, it's the actual department for the state.
Essentially, NNDA is associated with or
Very much
attends
so.
a meeting, and that's Mr. Hooper does this, is that correct? I think it's a great thing.
Oh, yeah, no, there are no meetings or anything like that. I'm not sure how to explain this, but it's just like NNDA, but it's a state agency. And their job is to assist us.
Why don't you just analyze it like, do you have a good relation, a bad relation, a medium?
Oh, fantastic relationship. Yeah,
Well, I think
we're
that's
very close
what
partners.
I'd like to hear. I mean,
Excuse
'cause
me?
I think Jim's right. I mean, you know, we want to make sure we're getting along with our development partners.
And we do very much, yeah. So, they are a resource to us beyond anything I could imagine wanting to have. They've helped us on 100 occasions at every level across the board. So.
And I've attended WNC, some meetings there where their career pathways were discussed, and I think that's a great attribute that will help the city, help NNDA, help manufacturing. So I think that's a good thing. Looking for this. I got to catch up on my notes. Sorry. And on the same page, it says Phase 3. I'm sorry. Same page, Phase 3, Item B, utilize NNDA's feasibility committee to conduct analysis of potential projects and make recommendations. Is this something that'll be coming forward, or?
The feasibility committee is an NADA regional committee that has been in place for about 6-7 years now, well, since Rob and I got involved. They are not a formal committee, meaning they don't meet monthly and things like that, but it's made up of CPAs, bankers, experts in the area of business. And it's a kind of an on-call scenario with them. So example would be one of the manufacturers we worked with needed specific help trying to figure out if it was even feasible for them to even consider an expansion. That's when we called the team in, we gather them, we put all their heads together, and we come up with a solution, and we go back to them and say, hey, it's really not feasible for the way you might want to do this, but here's a way you might be able to pursue it.
Danny, if
That's
I
what they're for.
If I can jump in on that as well, because I sat on that committee for a while. It's basically on a case-by-case basis with a particular manufacturer. So a manufacturer that's looking at this area will sit down with the committee, give them their parameters for moving here, and then the committee solves the financial analysis for their scenario for this area. So it's not a structured group. It's a group that's put together of these professionals that act as consultants to a particular manufacturer that's looking at this area, especially if they're looking at Arizona, California, and Nevada. The committee will actually do an analysis of all 3 states so that they can go right to the bottom line, and it's broken out by utilities, by infrastructure, all of these different line items. So that's how that committee works.
Bonkowski's comment. It's utilized for both expansions and recruitment. And even retention for that matter, because those are the 3 areas obviously we work in. So Supervisor Bonkowski is alluding to our recruitment sector where we use that feasibility team. My comment was towards expansions where we talked to a manufacturer who needed that assistance. We're not experts on everything across the board, so we bring those folks in, and that's the feasibility team.
And to clarify, I mean, no disrespect here, but you're attending those not as a board member, but as an NNDA member. That's why you're at those meetings. No disrespect meant to you. On that same action, phase 2, action 3, it says purchase complete contact list for all Carson City businesses identified as being target industry. Where do you purchase such a list?
Hoover's is a service nationally, internationally that provides lists for a fee. Basically, you lay out your parameters, what you're looking for, type, size, locations, whatever it might be. They produce lists for you. That's where that would come from.
On my page 11, I mean, nothing's numbered here, so it's a little hard to follow, but it's on report number 1, May 7th, 2015. The infrastructure item 3, line item B. 11 manufacturers dissatisfied with the roads north and south of Arrowhead. Have they ever reported this to Public Works, do you know?
According to what we have, yes, they have. I don't know about Public Works, but they've said they brought it forward to the city government in past situations. Maybe 3 or 4 of the folks that made that point mentioned that. The vast majority are just, that's just the way they feel. They haven't really done anything about it. I guess it's not bad enough in their opinion to really pursue it, which is why, they basically asked us if we can relay this information on.
So now that it's at the board, would the board look at this comment here, or the roads or Public Works look at it?
There was a comment, and it's, in my recollection, it's regards to Arrowhead Road. There was also a comment about flooding in terms of the road, and I've sat in that rush hour traffic on Arrowhead. The problem is you've got many of the manufacturers as well as 2 large State Department of HHS that all get out at the same time. I've sat in that traffic jam there many times trying to get out on the Gonai Road, and there's been a problem with flooding. I've asked Public Works to bring that to the RTC in terms of the road capacity and the road infrastructure. It would require, some type of significant effort in order to relieve that congestion. Perhaps different employers could stagger start and end times for their employees. That could help. And we're also going to take a look at the flooding problem as well.
And on the high-speed internet, the lack of it, I guess, is there anything the city can do or should look at or help sponsor?
I'd probably hold comment on that at this particular time because we don't have enough information with the entities that control that fiber out there. And I think it's probably a better approach for us to wait until we have more information.
If I could, Danny, can I jump in here? Yeah, I want to address the fiber issue. We actually, Carson City sits on one of the main north-south fiber backbones running in the western United States. It basically runs up 395 from LA to Reno and then farther north into Idaho and so on. There's plenty of fiber in the ground. The city as a public entity is restricted from providing fiber or any type of broadband services to private entities. So there's plenty of fiber as we looked at the Capitol Mall project, for example, and their requirements. There's plenty of fiber that runs right up Stewart Street, plenty of fiber that runs up Carson. It's not a capacity problem, it's a delivery problem. They're all private providers, And we, as the public entity, as the city, we are restricted from providing that service to private entities.
So we can pass that along, information to them, right?
Correct. Well, what we need to do is influence the providers, and the city's help on that would be more than welcome. But as Mr. Morano mentioned, it's just not something you guys can just make happen. So we understand that. So we're taking a very cautious approach, but we need to be in a position to be absolutely confident that that we can have that influence. We just need a little more time to put that together.
On the urgent critical issues, they talk about the V&T Railroad, and the mayor sits on the V&T, so anything about that, maybe you could have the manufacturers just call him direct.
Yeah.
So, no pressure there, Mayor.
No, I enjoy calls.
Yeah.
I get quite a few, but on that point, on the V&T, the V&T right now has no plans to go across that river to that area. In fact, we're selling Draco buildings, so, my sense to the Tayo, is it Tayo American, is that who it is out there?
Yes.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay.
Fair enough.
All right.
One down, 100 to go.
There you go.
I think that's basically it. I mean, when do you think, I know in your report you're going to report to us quarterly. Is that a report that will just be given to us, or will you make a presentation? And what is your next report to us? When would that be?
Well, I'm a little behind on this particular one. I was put off a bit, I think a month and a half ago or so, but we'd like to get back on track. The challenge with that is now we're not going to have very little to report if we go in the very next quarter. There won't be a whole lot of change. I leave that entirely up to the supervisors, you folks, as to how you want that to happen. I don't know, we talked about my coming in and doing just this, an oral report, a brief overview of the written report each quarter, to answer any questions that you might have pertaining to those reports. So it's.
Well, the agreement we have, when is the ending date for that? When is this whole supposed to be?
It's 2 years, yeah. 2 years, and I believe we began in September of 14.
So should we set a date for the next report, or is that something, or is he just going to come back on a quarterly basis?
Supervisor Shirk, we plan to do this on a quarterly basis. We're about a month behind. If you remember, we originally had this teed up for the May meeting. So we plan to do this quarterly.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Let me just, for the record, note that at the request of NNDA, I did send out a letter to all the manufacturers indicating, who NNDA was, what the city was asking the NNDA to do, so they know that there's a city input behind this stuff. So, also, I think it's important, from my standpoint, sometimes out there at the air park, I get conflicting views. I mean, some of them want nothing to do with roads, sidewalks, amenities, because all that means is more peeps. But we need to take care of the issues that Supervisor Shirk and others brought up here today, the flooding and stuff like that. So.
And I totally agree. And just so the folks that are here understand is, what we're talking about are just the ones who spoke up and said, these are the case. So we had to look at the trends of those 13 people, wherever that might be. The vast majority really didn't have any real issues for that matter.
Okay.
So to your point.
All right, public comment, anybody? I don't see any. All right, this is a non-action item, so thank you, Danny. All right. We're going to see if we can get through 18 and 19 and then take a break real quick.
Not 18, Mr. Mayor. We've pulled that one.
Oh, pulled 18. We'll take 19, then take a break. And then we'll see during the break, let's see if we can, because we're running a little, we just want to see if we can get everything done. I don't want to cut off anybody from their analysis, but we'll see if we can shorten things up a little bit. If we can't, we can't. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Dave Dolly, Carson City Assessor. Item number 19 is a report of the Technology Fund for you guys. It's an annual report. In 2003, the Nevada legislature set up an account for a technology account for the assessors. This technology account is funded with 2% of the personal property taxes that are collected on an annual basis. Each year, we generate roughly, well, the account itself generates about a little over $50,000 a year. And so I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what we were doing with it. In the past, we've actually purchased a new AS400 system for City Hall. The older system actually went to the Sheriff's Department. So this technology fund is not just for my office. It's for anybody who uses anything with the city that we can actually donate to or fund the project for. Last year, if you'll remember, we did donate or we did give back to the general fund $60,000 because we hadn't allocated any use for that particular use of money. 2 years ago, we did enter into a contract with Pictometry, and Pictometry, what they do is they will do aerial photography for us that we use, as well as Public Works, the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department. The Fire Department actually got a grant the first year for about $30,000, which helped us because our annual cost, or not our annual cost, I'm sorry, but every time we fly, it cost us between $40,000 to $45,000 to do the aerial photography and get the software. This software is really pretty awesome because typically when you have aerial photography, you're looking straight down at a property. With Pictometry, you can actually view it at a 45-degree angle, and you can view all sides of a property. So we've actually been able to add a lot of value to our tax roll. And so, I mean, it's paid for itself. We just actually completed the second flyover. They did it in March of this year. The cost for that is going to be $43,000 this year. We have asked, we are not going to be donating any back to the general fund this year, as Ms. Walker was indicating. The Nevada legislature did pass SJR 13, which is going to change the way we appraise property from a replacement cost system to a market system. 15 of the 17 counties, we do not have the programming right now in order to do that. All of ours is geared towards the replacement cost part of it. We have been looking at a new, it's called a CAMA system. It's a computer automated mass appraisal system. We've been looking at a couple companies, and it's going to be hard because we do have 15, again, of the 17 counties that have to agree on this particular program. The estimates that I'm getting so far are about $250,000 for the initial programming, and there's going to be a maintenance fee of about $50,000 a year. It's not only going to affect my department, it's going to affect the recorder's department because of the interaction that we all have. It's also going to affect the treasurer's office because of the tax collection system that they have there. So we are going to be saving this money. We're going to be accruing it for a while so that if the Nevada legislature does pass SJR 13 again next year, and it is approved by a vote of the people, then we are saving it to try and help offset some of the costs that are going to be coming up with the programming changes that we need. So I hope this answers your questions.
Board comments, public comment? I don't see any. Thanks, David, very much for your work, and I don't see any other questions, so unless there's, we're going to be in recess until, oh, yeah, we do need a motion on this one. I'm sorry. Thanks for catching me. Thanks.
I move to accept the annual report of the Carson City Assessor per NRS 250.085.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay, thank you very much for catching that one. We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. we're going to call the meeting of the supervisors back to order. We're going to take up item 20. This is, we'll take up 20A. Chief, you want to come up and take us through all three of these, 20A, B, and C?
Sure. For the record, Bob Schranz, Fire Chief. Hey, this is the annual operating plans, and I believe the first one on the agenda is the U.S. Forest Service.
And all of these, there were some questions on the last one. Corrections been made on these?
Yeah, they were, what we did, one of them was the BLM, and they had asked us, because what we're doing right now is, right now you have two separate plans, the Forest Service and BLM, and we are now rewriting it together as a BLM Forest Service, basically a federal mutual aid agreement. Instead of having two, we're going to have one. And BLM was actually a little behind in their side, so they had asked us, hey, can we just leave the numbers the same from last year? But we can't do that because we changed our rates in January. So that's why we pulled it from last time, and so I appreciate that because that was one of the issues that we did. So on the Forest Service agreement, usually we're not billing them. I mean, we don't really use them in the capacity of the way this is set up as far as a fee structure. We're usually billing them when we're going out of town or on the other side. So, for instance, last year within the Forest Service, I think we billed them about $300,000 in recovery costs, and our total was about $600,000 in recovery between BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and OES, Cal OES. And that's what this basically is for, because we have, what's really nice is that we have the NDF Wild Protection Plan that we have signed earlier, the basically insurance policy. And that's really going to make a difference for us now because we just took over the 5,000 acres of land with the Prison Hill and all that used to border our BLM side. So now that's under Carson City's jurisdiction, which is now under the protection that we have an agreement with NDF. Now, we just met with NDF the other day and to go to review all that, and we're perfectly fine. So if we have any issues there, we can order aircraft and all that kind of stuff, and NDF will pick up the bill. So on this one, the U.S. Forest Service agreement, they have a master agreement that's been in place for the past 5 years, and like I said, we're getting ready to re-up on that. And these are the annual operating plans. This covers the fees of what we charge and what our rates are and what their rates are and how we can operate. So if you have a fire in the Forest Service and they operate and they institute the type of plans where they start calling for external resources and we start showing up, these plans come into play. And all of our rigs have a copy of this. So we have this plan. We have everything on hard drives or thumb drives. So they walk into the finance department, they plug in the thumb drives, the contracts pop up, and then the fire services, they do all the tracking of hours and everything else. And we come back, we bill them out and sends it out. They do, U.S. Forest Service, one of the things we're working on is they're slow to pay us back. Usually they're about 8 months, and one we had about 12 months. And we just talked to them the other day. We're trying to find out what happened to some money because they owe us about $300,000 for last year. And they were hung up on they made a mistake, and about an $80 difference in the bill, they held up a $75,000 payment. So we're like, okay, well, we'll fix that and send the money. And so we just received about $70,000. And of that $596,000, where that money goes is it turns around and goes right back into covering the overtime costs that we see on the other side, and that's how we're reimbursing the fire side for those overtime costs throughout the departments. And that's what these are for.
Any questions on the board on this issue? 20A? Public? We ready?
If I can ask a question.
No questions in order. Shoot.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know you probably can't answer this question, but in the future, if we could have some idea of what it cost the previous years? I'm not asking for that information now, but it says physical impact undetermined based upon the number of fires we respond to. But I mean, we got to have from last year and the year before. If we could just have that information in the future when
Sure.
it comes to us, that'd be great.
Right. Like I said, it hasn't been costing Carson City. We've been billing the other way. It's costing the Forest Service because it's not really going to cost us any money based on our NDF wildland agreements and the way the structure is set up around us for the mutual aid. So we're lucky that we don't have that. But now that we have basically boarding us as Carson City land and we took over that BLM land, we're pretty secure. So we're going out. They're not really coming in. So.
Thank you.
I think it's not a bad idea, though. I mean, from my
No,
standpoint,
we'll
it's not a
bring it
bad
to
idea
you.
to say that in the board action form. I mean, what happened last year? Or
Sure. I'll be glad to do that for you.
Okay. On the motion's in order. We're ready.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign the 2015 annual operating plan between the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, agreement number 12-FI-110417001-019, and the Carson City Fire Department.
Second.
The motion, second on the motion, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Let's take up 20B. This is with Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District.
Right. This is basically, and this is an interlocal agreement. This is what you'll see on the news between Truckee Meadows and Reno. We have these agreements in place, so we don't have any issues like they have. And this was signed before between Chief Giomi and Ben Sherritt, the fire chief of Tahoe Douglas. And this is basically an auto aid agreement, if you will, because we have a section of Carson City that sits in the Lake Tahoe Basin that actually goes all the way up and down. There's some houses in our area. Well, obviously, our closest station is sitting at the bottom of Spooner. We cannot get there. And also with the auto aid from Tahoe Douglas, they also come down and help us on auto accidents on Highway 50, Spooner Summit, because of the barrier they put up in between there. So if it's on the eastbound side, we can't get there because we have to go all the way up and turn around depending on where the accident is. So it's basically this is an auto aid that helps us out. And then secondarily, they have in there if we have to use one of their hand crews. Now they have a fully staffed hand crew, which is where they'll go out and they're doing manual work around the fire line, doing cutting lines, some of the stuff that we don't do. And they have the ability for the first 4 hours of get for free, and then if we have to use them, then the clock is ticking. However, under the NDF wildland agreement, if we have an issue with that, we would go through NDF, and then they will pick up that cost. So really, it's a non-cost item to us based on that insurance plan.
Questions of the board? Public comment? Motion's in order.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement between Carson City Fire Department and Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District.
Motion and a couple seconds on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Let's take up the 20C. This is the BLM operating plan.
Again, this is the same thing as the U.S. Forest Service. It's the same public entity. They have a master plan, and we do the annual operating plan every year. All these are obviously all in our same, they're all in the same rigs, go through the same billing process, go through the same processes on these large fires. And this is just the annual plan that sets the rates of what we will bill and what we have to pay them if they have to come into our jurisdictions.
Good. Public comment? Board? Motions, or hopefully we won't have to use any of these, but motions in order.
Exactly.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign the 2015 annual operating plan between the Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Office Agreement Number, this is long, BLM-NV-CPFA-NV00340-213-026, and the Carson City Fire Department.
Yeah, but
Want to correction? Make that motion or not?
Yeah.
We need a correction. The last six numbers are 2013-026.
That's how I thought.
That's what I said.
You left out the 0 in the 2013.
Record reflected.
Second the amendment to that.
Okay, all right. On the motion, discussion, hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks, board. Thank you, chief. Okay, let's take up 21A. This is the BLM Programmatic Environmental Assessment. Who's doing this? Rich and Ann, okay.
For the record, Rich Wilkinson.
Go ahead.
Okay. We wanted to bring this draft programmatic agreement, environmental assessment, integrated weed management plan before the board because both Ann and I thought it was fairly important since we're now, we have properties that border the Bureau of Land Management. And so their management of those lands are pretty critical for Carson City, and they can impact our lands and vice versa. And so we put together this request for action so that we could look at that document, provide feedback on behalf of Carson City, and then authorize the mayor to sign the letter issued to BLM The comments have to be given back by July 1st of 2015, so it's a fairly short window. Currently, our biggest concerns with the management of the BLM properties is that they're operating under a 2008 environmental assessment. That assessment is fairly limiting on what they can and can't do. You have to identify the infestations and the acreage that you want to treat under that document. So if you have additional infestations that come in later, you can't mitigate those without doing a formal NEPA. And so we think that by doing this programmatic agreement and weed management plan, they're going to help allow for a more timely response to infestations that occur on BLM property. And so in the packet, we put down not only the reasons for doing this agreement, but also why we think it's fairly important to do so. I wanted to point out that there's some corrections that we're going to make to the 3-page attachment.
We're going to talk to you about that, but that's okay.
Some of the language was taken.
If the board passes, we'll have a fine-tooth comb on it. Don't worry about the corrections right now. Because I think that, I've got some stylistic corrections. If the board tells me to send this out, I got that, and I know there's some grammatical errors and some typos and stuff like that. We'll fix all that.
Okay.
You'll fix it. I'll critique it. Okay,
currently, under the existing environmental assessment, they identified 200 to 300 sites for infestations, which incorporate anywhere from 400 to 750 acres. And that's, when you're talking about management of 4.5 million acres, we think that's a very small number. And there's definitely some areas, especially that border with Carson City, where invasive weed treatment is pretty critical. And so I did not want to completely go through the report, but I did want to mention some highlights in that statement that we think are fairly important. The first being is they're going to be proposing an increase to the eligible list of herbicides. We think that's critical because if you look at the old list from 2008, there's some newer herbicides that we feel are more productive and less toxic. And so Milestone being one of those. We use Milestone in the treatment of knapweeds and thistles, and so we think that's a good addition. Also, under the current environmental assessment, they only allow for chemical and mechanical treatment, and so with this new integrated weed management plan, they're allowing for manual, biological, which can include targeted grazing, microorganisms and insects, and then also prescribed fire. So from our standpoint, there's more good in this document than bad, and I think it's good to provide our feedback for that.
Very good. Supervisor About, go. Karen.
My question is, and will this be included in the document, the toxicity of the herbicides and the proximity to public use, how is that going to be noticed to the public when these applications occur in different areas to get rid of noxious weeds?
Well, it's all based on land ownership, and with Bureau of Land Management, we have to prepare a determination of NEPA adequacy. And so what that does is we go to BLM and we identify a site, and we tell them what we'd like to do with that site and how important it is. They'll come out with staff, they'll review the site and determine if there's any NEPA requirements for it, and then notification is usually done, whoever the landowner is, we'll contact that before we do the treatment. Most herbicides have a right of entry, which is required on the label, and so we have to notify people that we've applied that chemical in that location. They can go back to that location after a certain time frame, and that varies with different herbicides.
And the question is, if the method used is prescribed burning and we're on BLM property, what are the fire protection methods that are in place? Because I assume that if we are doing a prescribed burn and it gets out of hand, that we're going to be liable for damages.
If we're talking Bureau of Land Management property, that would completely be their responsibility, and they'd have to put together a burn plan. if we were going to Bureau of Land Management and trying to do a prescribed burn, there's a pretty extensive process that they have to put in place to do that. Not familiar with working with Carson City, but in the past we've worked with local fire departments to develop a burn plan, and it's a fairly successful tool. A lot of times if you have overgrowth or a lot of decadent material, just trying to go in there and apply a herbicide is very ineffective, and so a burn gets rid of all that excess material.
Jim.
If the public comment goes until July 1st, if we sign this and more public comment comes in after, could it affect or change anything in this document? Should we sign it today?
We can always take those responses. I know we don't have much of a window to get back to them and make those changes, but.
And to add to that, the public is welcome to make their own comments to BLM.
On page 2 of 3 in your document, can you explain, under concerns, it says, "We want to express concern that little or no abatement has been completed by the Carson City District Office during this period."
Well, as a resource management and with my past experience, the Carson City Field Office has not been proactive in their treatments, and the excuse we've been given is because they're in the middle of their resource management plan. But we've found out that other field offices are still doing their abatement using the old environmental assessment. So that's a concern I wanted to mention in here, because I think if you have a nice plan in place, but you don't enforce that plan or utilize it, you're basically wasting people's time. So that's more of a management concern.
So as a board here, can we do anything, or what are you looking, are you looking for any assistance, or why did you mention it?
I mention it because it's actually an issue for other agencies around here, the Department of Ag. We've recently held several meetings, workshops with Bureau of Land Management, and I think we're slowly heading in the right direction, actually. And I think this document's an important part of that. I just wanted to mention it in there because from my personal standpoint, it is a concern if they don't act on the actual plan that they're putting in place.
And if they don't act on it, it's your responsibility or somebody other than this board to react or change that, correct?
Correct.
And on the same page 2 of 3, the last sentence under concerns, it says, "One concern is creating a document with options and not acting on those options in an effort to actively manage BLM properties." Can you explain that?
Sure. It's very similar because we've got scenarios where you have properties that border the BLM, and those properties have actively been managed and treated, but BLM is not treating those properties. And usually when you have parcels that are close to each other, if you have a seed source blowing in from one property to the other, it really impacts the work that you're doing.
And on the chemical treatments that are used on BLM, that is for the particular plants and vegetation within that area, so it's designed specifically for that vegetation, correct?
Correct.
Last question I have is page 2 of 3, it says suggestions, clarifications to documents. There's a whole list of bullet points there. Was that before the document was created or after the document was created?
Yeah, it was after the document was, and they're just suggestions we thought that would make the document more understandable.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other comments from the board? Public comment? Seeing none, motion's in order.
I move to authorize the mayor to sign a letter addressed to the Bureau of Land Management providing comments on the Carson City District Draft Programmatic Environmental Assessment Integrated Weed Management Plan.
Motion second on the motion, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you, Rich. Okay. Take up the Parks and Rec Commission report, master plan. Donna, good morning. Roger, you coming up too, and Vern? We'll sit in the middle so they can put the arm on you. 2 arms.
I do have an outline, which is probably longer than the report, but if anybody wants, do you want a copy to follow along with of my presentation, or Kim? Okay, any more? Clerk, maybe? Let me make sure I didn't give him mine. Okay. You want to? All right, okay. I should have it on. As soon as I find mine. Shoot, where's mine? I can't find mine. I didn't give it to you. No, it should say Donna on top. Well, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Donna Curtis, and I'm a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, have been for many years. And we recently reviewed the master plan, and I wanted to give a brief summary of what we found as we were going through it. This is something that I had asked when I was being appointed. I said this is something that I wanted to do, and the commission was good enough to go along with it. So we did go through it, and to begin with, I just want to kind of read in the report on page 4 is a conclusionary statement at the bottom, and it kind of summarizes it. So if you don't mind. It says, after the Commission's year-long review of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Commission has determined the existing policies and tenets of the Master Plan are still viable and relevant to guide the City Staff, Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors in planning matters related to recreation matters in the city's park system. As a result, there is no pressing need to amend the Parks and Recreation Master Plan at this time. However, the Commission feels the trigger point for future park and recreation plan update will be in the next 3 to 5 years. Therefore, there's no action this morning. But I will point out there's only 2 areas really where they had specific comments. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'll be very careful to point out when it's my opinion versus the Commission's opinion. But I think they agree with what I'm saying. So a couple of things I just wanted to point out also is that when it says used by staff, this report is being used by staff, definitely. This is not sitting on the shelf. We've had several occasions where we've referred to this master plan. I'll just give a brief example. When we were, I was at a meeting and we were looking at the brewery arts plan when they first came up with it to close Minnesota and put the little parklet there or whatnot. And we were saying, well, how do we justify this? Well, happens to say in the master plan, in the neighborhood for that area, that the people there had said they would like to see a park of some kind. So there you go. So it has been very useful in a lot of ways. Frequency of review is an interesting question. The commission didn't specify, but I'm thinking that part of it, there's a difference between review and redo. And redoing the master plan is, if you do it right, it's, big $50,000 effort. But I think we can look at various parts of it, and particularly the survey. The question is, the master plan had a great survey in it, went out to over 3,000 people. We got over 30% return on a 9-page survey, which is fabulous. So we got a lot of information out of that. And so the question is, should we do another survey? And I believe that this may be a good time to do a modified survey. You could, one of the, I'm sorry, what's it called? The
Survey Monkey.
Survey Monkey, yes, thank you. They're also my clue people here. For example, if we were able to, they were thinking of publishing the Discovery Report, which went out to the community, newsletter, quarterly, and we could put a little survey in that. Maybe survey the seniors or survey the, Hispanic community or about dog parks, that kind of thing. So we could be doing some of this. I mention that because I know that Board of Supervisors is doing their strategic plan, and we're getting to the implementation stage, and there are some parks and recreation matters in that. So if you had some questions regarding what you're interested in order to do your strategic plan, that may be another reason to think of doing a survey now. But I think doing a major survey, for example, we did one in 2010 on indoor sports, I think that one should have waited until the MAC has been completed for a couple of years. So those are just some thoughts on that. The master plan has over 80 implementation measures in it, and that's what we did, is we basically went through them. And there was also 30 neighborhood responses. The master plan was divided up into 30 neighborhoods. And in some of those, people said they needed another park, even though there was a park there. Go figure. Others said there needed a park, and there is a need for a park. But what kind of park? That kind of thing. So another proposal, I guess, that I'm mentioning is that I think we need to look at those neighborhoods, though, and maybe go out and meet with them in these areas. Shouldn't be too difficult to set up a meeting and notify them and just ask them how things are going and what their issues are. So that's something that could be proposed back to the commission, perhaps. And I'll be saying often that as we did go through this plan, we noticed, and we notice all the time actually, that staff workload is such that sometimes the priorities couldn't be met. So, for example, we've been looking for some time to see the master plan for Centennial Park, because once the master plan is drawn, then we can, the golf people, if they're interested in putting something there, or they want to move things around, we need to do the master plan first. It's a question of getting to it, and it's very difficult. So how we're going to try to work on that, I'm not sure. Perhaps some sort of prioritization of some of these major items might be in order. I don't know. But it would be good to try to work on trying to get to some of the things that were in the plan. So I think that basically, I can move on to, okay. Today's report mentions the need for more facilities. One wonders, with some 30 parks and 150 acres, why we need any more. Actually, in the master plan, chapter 6 is a table of park types. And so if you get into the master plan, you can see the different kinds of facilities. For example, neighborhood park, usually just a quarter of a mile from a person's home. So we would like to see people be able to walk to their parks, if they're neighborhood parks. Community parks is another matter. We don't need very many of those. But so the idea is, when we talk about that, for example, in chapter 6, those are the comments that we looked at there. I'm going to make a personal comment here. The downtown, and particularly interactive fountain project, I understand is at 30% drawing, and it has not come to the Parks Commission. In the comprehensive master plan, which is not the subject of today, but there are several parks that are indicated, called activity centers or parklets, whatever you want to call them. And I think as the quarter plans and the downtown plan is coming to fruition, might be worthwhile if the commission could look at it. Just a suggestion. That's personal. Okay, starting then, we've passed chapter 1 already. Chapter 2 in today's report mentions the need for natural as well as build up neighborhood parks, and we are doing that. Ronald B. Wilson is, for example, a great example where part of it was just left natural, and there's a trail going through it, and so especially for the seniors that live around there, it's a great thing. We're also we're not going to look at a new facility unless we understand how it's going to be maintained, and we keep to that policy. Now, the problem is because of the economy, there is another chart in chapter 6 it's called level of service, and it starts with I guess I don't have one. I was going to hold up one, but do you have one handy? Okay. Anyway, what it talks about is we want to be at a level of service 1, which is we mow every week. We do this with the weeds. We do this with the fertilizer. We do several things in this building, like we clean the restrooms out every day or something like that. because of the economy and loss of staff, they haven't been able to do that. Now, staff considers themselves to be at a level 2. If we go much further, if we go to level 3 or 4, the issue is, are we going to lose some of the people that have been wanting to use our parks? Say from Lake Tahoe, Reno, for the tournaments. So we have to be very careful. Yes, this is the chart that talks about that. So what I'm concerned about, or what the commission is concerned about, is how do we gel this? There's a number of things, actually, that we might be able to do. For example, I'm not here to ask for funding, not here to ask for staff. But I can report that many measures have been taken to help with the cost of maintenance as well as building new facilities. We have the landscape district concept. The board just passed that. We've had, and hopefully we'll have more pro bono work from engineers, starting with Loomis, in terms of putting the bridges together to connect the trails along the river. That was a big one. And they did this at their cost. We have an adult park program, which, you know, especially was good in the beginning, but we still have a group like the Kiwanis that's going to, they just went a couple Saturdays ago to Emus Park, that new one that we just took the houses down at. And neighborhood's been kind of complaining about that, but they went out and spent 3 hours, and I don't know how many cubic yards of stuff that was removed. But the point is that they will go out and help with the park, and of course they want some recognition for that, and we'll be working on that. I am helping to establish or reestablish what's called the Foundation for the Betterment of Parks. That foundation right now is basically historic preservation, and also it puts up the awards every year out at Mills Park for Volunteer of the Year, etc. We think we can do a lot more. I'm meeting with the president of that foundation and also a couple of other people that are familiar with putting together foundations, 501c3s. Has it been 15 minutes? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm almost at the end of my report. All right. Anyway, what we're trying to do is use that to help other organizations do fundraising. They would come under the umbrella and not have to be a 501c3. All right, I've talked about the survey. Let's see. I've talked about the economic slowdown. We have in Chapter 4, we do have a lot of Hispanic cultural events now. Friday night soccer is quite an event if you've ever been out there, and also the futsal. In Chapter 5, we have what's called a snapshot in time, which is in the report, which talks about the things we have done since 2006. And I think the commissions would like to continue getting those snapshots in time and doing a minor word changing, which, you know, I'm not going to mention. I want to stress, though, Chapter 6 has all the nifty charts I mentioned, but also talks about the community center. And I think it's really important. The board has chosen to use a 1/4 8-cent tax, $500,000 for the community center. And there are projects that I saw that were listed in 2002, 2004 for this center that still need doing. And Chapter 7, finally, I am known as a restroom lady on the commission. And I'm pleased to mention that the commission's interest in seeing porta potties in most parks. So, for example, the one requested for Sonoma Park has been on the list as long as I've been on the commission. So I'm hoping that through all these different things that we're looking at, we can get some of those going. And that will conclude my report.
Very good, Donna. Thank you for your report. And I think from all of us to take back to your committee, your commission, thanks for the service you provide for our community. It's valuable. And Jim, okay. Jim, go.
Well, first off, Donna, thank you for coming to the board and making a presentation. I would hope that all committees and boards would have somebody from that come to us. And that being said, I'd like to ask you a couple questions on what you just covered, if that's all right. The department is considering reissuing the quarterly citywide Discover Us magazine. is that a possibility, or why would we not do that?
Let me defer to staff because they're thinking about this.
For the record, Roger Mullendorf, Parks and Recreation Director. The Discover Us was, I think, eliminated as a publication back in about 2010 with the latest budget cut. At that time, we gave up a couple positions that were vacant, but we gave them up in the budget process. One of them being our recreation superintendent, and the other one being a recreation manager, who primarily worked on that publication. And so without those two positions, we felt we couldn't move forward with it. So we sort of focused our marketing attempts in other areas, probably with mixed results as far as success. We have considered now that we're talking about the possibility of trying to figure out how we can reinstitute Discover Us, maybe on a less frequent basis, but also to combine that with some other forms of marketing, such as digital forms of marketing as well. It's a project that we're currently working on as a staff.
And is that basically more of the Parks and Recs, or could other departments be incorporated into this as well?
That is a really good question. In the past, it's been a Park and Recreation publication, but in our staff meeting of last week, when we addressed this issue for the second time, we talked about the ability and maybe the possibility of reaching out to some other departments and having a combined publication.
Maybe even consider a citywide publication.
That could be a consideration, you're correct.
On the second page, another issue, it starts, the paragraph starts, another issue is the prioritizing projects. And why, is that in the progress now, or are you doing it, or do you hope to do it?
Commission has discussed many times, they think there's a need for this. I think getting into the nitty-gritty is something we need to do, because obviously we can't prioritize all of the projects. We can take a snap in time, such as Vern did, talking about the projects that we have done, and we can say, okay, well, which one of these is rising to the top, or which ones of these, maybe several, but not all. But just the idea of having some idea of where we're at, and therefore when something new comes up, then coming to a decision as to where that falls on the list, especially if it's a major undertaking.
I think it's a great idea. I would hope that it would come to be. You also mentioned the master plan for Centennial Park. Is that, I have often spoke about Fuji Park as well, kind of an extended 5-year plan of what we're doing there or how we're doing things. Is there any other, could they not be incorporated to include all parks such as Centennial, Fuji Park, and Mills Park to have a master plan down on the usage of these parks?
Yes, they all have master plans now, but in terms of their usage, are you meaning such as how many, I think somebody asked me, how many could be incorporated into Fuji Park or the fairgrounds? Can we have an event of how many, and then how do we handle the parking? Is that what you're referring to?
Basically, yes.
That type of thing? No, we haven't looked at that, and I don't know, staff can answer us whether or not they think that's something that they can even entertain. But the Centennial Park, for example, was realigning the softball fields in the north part and using the south part more for soccer, that kind of thing. And in order to do that, you need some expertise in how you design ball fields.
The paragraph starts chapter 2, the buildup of our parks and so forth. Can you briefly just tell me a little bit more about that paragraph?
Page 1? Is that
on page 2, paragraph starts chapter 2, and today's report mentions.
On your handout.
In your handout.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Where is he? Okay. Yes, this was in reference to some of the tenets and policies that are discussed in Chapter 2 of the master plan. And so what I was saying is that, yes, we were trying to keep to those, such as having natural parks, such as having, like, even the new Schultz Ranch, you know, some of that area, the detention areas and stuff are going to be left basically natural for now, at least. The Ronald B. Wilson, as I mentioned, is half natural park, I think. The other thing is, you know, cost recovery is another tenet that we're trying to stick to. Is, you know, they are as a department, and mentioned in the master plan, and also the idea that, you know, we're not going to look at anything unless we know how it's going to be maintained. Those kinds of things is what I was referring to there.
You know, as to the looking at the downtown, there's a meeting Monday, so that's coming up. That there will be, so for that paragraph, I don't think it's going to be coming to your board to look at, but maybe when it gets to 60 or 75% fulfillment. But this 30%, there's a presentation being done Monday, if you're not aware of it, so. Landscape district concept, is this something that you're talking with your board, with the Parks and Recs board?
I'm sorry, I was referring to the one that was adopted, say, for, like, for example, for Schultz Ranch, on the idea that it's in place, where I live, out in Kings Canyon, I have a wonderful subdivision, and Parks Department has to look after all of it. So the idea is to ask the people that live in the community to help pay for some of the maintenance. And so now it's in place, so I'm assuming that subdivisions of a certain size or whatever from now on, that'll be the case. But it saves them, staff, Parks Department costs.
The last page of your presentation, chapter 5, you go on to say the commission should report to your board annually. I think that'd be a great idea. I don't know how you accomplish that, but I think it'd be a great idea. And the next paragraph was chapter 6. You want to stress the urgency of the $500,000 award to the community center. I think that's a high priority as well. And chapter 7, your paragraph, I'm not sure if that's a compliment or, but congratulations. Thank you for the presentation, too.
Okay. Karen, then Brad.
Roger, this is for you, and Donna, thank you for the report. I appreciate it. With regard to the Discover Us, I think perhaps working with the CBB on kind of a cross effort would be a great marketing ploy for parks.
I think that's a great idea. We'll look into that.
Obviously, an enormous amount of work has gone into the work that you presented to us today, and there are 2 recommendations in Chapter 3 and Chapter 5. I would support seeing those come back to the board as an action item in the near future when we have a shorter agenda and can actually discuss this in detail.
I'm sorry, could you say which ones again?
Chapter 3E, Chapter 5E. Those are the only 2 recommendations in the report.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Public comment?
I have more questions, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Donna, if I can go back to your presentation, the second page, the paragraph starts chapter 2. It says, you're talking about sports team and other areas, and we have to stop using our facilities. Is the Visitors Bureau aware of what what that statement says there? Are you working with them to facilitate more teams coming here?
I'm going to defer that again to staff. I don't know whether they've talked about that or not. Now, it was the first time I had heard that we were considered to be actually at a level 2 now. So I'm not sure if they've had feedback from other sports people that have been wanting to come here, or Convention and Visitors Bureau has said, hey, you know, you need to mow the lawn more, or what? I'll let them answer.
Actually, I think there's a little misunderstanding there. We currently maintain our sports fields at level 1 because of the inherent risk that's involved in sports activities. The other areas are at level 2. We've had dialogue with the Visitors Bureau about the conditions of the fields, the shape of them, their age, you know, the shape they're in, their aging. There are significant improvements that need to be made, but most of those improvements involve capital improvement projects, and the funding hasn't really been there. But we have been successful over the years to garner several grants to make improvements, particularly up at Centennial, new ADA improvements and new scoreboards and new parking improvements up there. So we're slowly chipping away at it. It's just a matter of funding. I don't think we're in danger at this point of losing tournaments, if that's what you're asking, Supervisor. No.
We are maintaining the level of tournaments we have in the past, and it's not a reflection of the upkeep of those parks. Is that correct?
We're maintaining. In fact, we're seeing growth in the number of tournaments that we're getting. Yeah.
In the presentation of this agenda item, can I ask questions of that? Are both staff going to now discuss the agenda itself, or can I ask questions? This presentation here, are you going to make any presentation about this agenda item?
That was the presentation that Commissioner Curtis just gave.
And then I'll come back to the agenda and I'll follow up my questions on the packet itself, if that's okay, all right? On Chapter 1, on page 1, it goes on Chapter 1, there are shortages of recreational facilities within the city to meet the needs of current unserved population. And then it goes on to say, this will require the city to provide additional facilities and programs in the future. Is this something that's under consideration, or you're looking at? Is there any forward thinking on that?
Actually, one of the things I mentioned was looking at those 30 neighborhoods, because in that survey, several of them said, we don't have a park. We need a park. We don't know what they mean by that. Park Terrace neighborhood said they need a park. Maybe there's something in that park they need. I don't know. We need to meet with them, but that's the perceived. And then some of the survey material, I think, points out, maybe certain needs. For example, the disc golf people have been in to see us many times, saying there is a need for this in the community. So we, in that regard, yes, there are facilities that are still needed.
Don, to see if you can shorten up your answers just a little bit and stay on the question.
I'm sorry?
No, just try. I mean, I'm just trying to, we don't know where we're going here, but keep going, okay?
On page 3, under Chapter 6, line item E, is there any progress made with the leisure pool, developing a leisure pool? Has anything taken place on that?
There has not been any progress on that. Again, that's a matter of funding. That is probably out of the realm of our ability to fund a project of that nature for probably several years.
Okay. On page 4, item G, the impact included reduction in pool operation hours. This I think you've changed the hours of operation, correct?
In fact, the board reestablished and restored some of those hours. If you remember, you restored the Sunday hours. We still close an hour earlier than we used to, before the budget cuts, but we're very grateful of the restoration of the Sunday hours.
On same page, item H, unfortunately, less than one half of the funding has been restored. Is there any progress on that?
It's a budget item.
Chapter 7, line item C, in the future Parks and Rec Master Plan update, the commission wants to consider reinvesting in sports tourism. Is that something that you would do in conjunction with the Visitors Bureau, correct?
That would be a combination cooperative effort.
And then there's no page number on it, but it starts out, new park facilities, multi-use pathways, recreation program, and so forth. That page, under parks, facilities, and multi-use path, it says, I want to look at, it says Fairview Drive landscape, asterisk, and then 1 in parentheses underneath, Carson City Freeway, growth landscape, north leg, a asterisk, and the number 1. And same thing on Carson Land Street, traffic islands and roadways right-of-ways. When you look at the asterisk, it says maintained by Parks, maintenance operation partially funded by Public Works, in parentheses, gas tax. So can you explain that to us, please?
Yes, a number of the, I'll take that one, Vern Cron, park planner. Yeah, the way it has worked with some of the roadway landscaping that we have in this community, that the gas tax money in this community helps pay for the maintenance of those landscaped areas, is how that works.
And that comes out of the gas tax that's collected for street maintenance and repairs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How much money is generally utilized through that? Do we have an idea?
I don't have that number with me now, but we could get that to you. And this is, some of these are streets and roads that the city acquired from from NDOT. Mhm.
Correct, we covered that last board meeting too, but when people see this, the gas tax is going for this, then they wonder how come their streets are not getting repaired. You know, I'm not accusing, I'm just discussing.
It's part of the maintenance of the streetscapes.
On the previous page, under Community Center, the ice rink support, have we ever thought about outsourcing the ice rink?
You know, we haven't. Probably several years ago, probably back in about 2005, we had a private ice rink operator talk to us about having a privately run ice skating rink in our facilities at that time, and after looking at the numbers, they sort of lost interest in it. Right now, it's a operation that is covering its costs. I'm not sure there's a real urgent need to look at outsourcing, but it's always an option to consider.
And I know with the new parking structure going in, where the ice rink used to go, where's the future location of the ice rink going to be?
Well, the long-term future, according to that plan, is to have an events venue area in front of the hotel that would include an area for the ice skating rink. In the meantime, we're looking at some temporary options for the location of the rink during the construction of that project.
Would you consider the Carson Mall by the Sportsman Lodge in that area there?
That is an area that could be considered, yes.
Would you contact
Yeah.
them and see?
Yeah,
Because
we
I
could-
have contacted them. They're very interested in it. They would help facilitate that from previous discussions with them.
Yeah,
I think it's a great location.
We've talked about that as a site, so we'll follow up on that.
In the item one, going back to the previous page, I'm sorry, I didn't follow up with my question. Number one in parentheses, city will contract out maintenance operations for 15-16 for the parks. Are you going to do that? Is that correct?
We are doing that.
yeah.
Yep, we just accepted a bid for those contract maintenance.
Okay. I'm sorry, my apology. Going back, starting with my conversation. The street narrowing will take out the mediums along Carson Street. Would it not be worthwhile to have a discussion, if you haven't yet, to look at maybe stop maintaining and landscaping that area, since we're going to be taking it out in a year? Could we not stop that and save, would there be some cost savings there to remove the plants and stop the maintenance? Is that a possibility?
You know, I guess it's a possibility. I think you'd have to be prepared for your medians to become very unsightly and maybe be a detriment to the downtown area. I think you would expect to get some public complaints if we let those plants die or if we didn't maintain those areas.
I think you're getting complaints by maintaining them. So I don't think
Well,
there's a win-win. but I'm
sometimes you
just
can't
thinking,
win.
If there's a cost saving, is it something to at least put on the back burner or for discussion purposes at least? So, again, Don, I want to thank you for coming here, and I hope all our boards and commissions would do the same thing on a yearly basis. Thank you so much for what you do for our community.
Anything else? Donna, Roger, Vern? Very good. Thanks again. Okay. All right. Let's take up, wait till you get,
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Nick Providenti, Carson City Finance Director. So what we're doing is we're asking you today.
Before you leave, Donna, would you make sure that you say hello to Robert for all of us up here? Thanks. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
No problem. We're asking you today, the next two items basically are the annual insurance renewals for fiscal 15-16. The first one is an action to enter into an agreement for excess workers' compensation insurance services with New York Marine and General Insurance Company for a total premium of $96,877. And there is one correction on the page that was provided by Wells Fargo Insurance Services in the back. The actual limits of insurance is staying at $2 million. It's not $1 million like it says on that. So other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board comments or questions? Public comments or questions? We've got a couple lights up here. Supervisor Abel, then Supervisor Sher. Motion's in order.
I move to enter into an agreement for excess workers' compensation liability insurance services with New York Marine and General Insurance Company for a total premium of $96,877.
Motion by Supervisor Abel, second by Supervisor Bagwell. On a motion, discussion, hearing none. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Take up
Again,
22B.
Again, for the record, Nick Providenti, Finance Director. This next board item is for the other types of insurance, the general liability, the property, those types of insurances. So what we're doing is we're basically maintaining our insurance with the companies that we have this current year. If you had any questions, the only really, main increase is what we're expecting is for Travelers, which is a public entity liability. And again, some of the issues that we've experienced is that, we try to update our insurance, or we have to update our insurance, policies and our programs every year. In this past year, we had an increase. Just I think it's the way they count some of the employees. We didn't have any last year. We didn't have any non-post. I guess it was non-post. Personnel, police officers. And this year, they kind of wanted us to put, like the Kathy Heath and all the administrative people on that page, and apparently that increased some of the risk in their eyes. So again, we're the total insurance amount, the annual premium we're expecting to pay is, just a little bit under $800,000, about $792,000. And the amount is budgeted. I have probably more than I should in that budget. We probably need to take a look at that either during the year, maybe augment it and take some of that money out and put it into claims, payments, line item. But again, it's all an insurance fund issue, so if we don't spend it, it just falls into fund balance. So if there's any questions, and I would like to acknowledge, since they've been here for the last couple hours, Brandon Lewis and Steve Romero from Wells Fargo Insurance.
Hello, Brandon. Hello, Steve. Good to meet both of you. Okay, Supervisor Abel, then Supervisor Bankowski.
Nick, I just have a question. You're confident the rates are competitive or better?
Yes, and I believe, Brandon, maybe if you would like to maybe comment on that. I know you do kind of a little analysis, when we look at this, so.
Good morning, Brandon Lewis at Wells Fargo Insurance, here with my colleague Stephen Romero. Each year we have the opportunity to check with the markets, not only on your account, but other public entities that we work with around the region. And this year we're very confident in Travelers, which is your liability carrier. They've continued to offer, very stable rates year to year, not increasing it. I think this year it was a 2.3% rate increase. We're very confident on that. And the other major portion of your program is your property insurance. And by and far, the program you're with offers the most competitive rates. And every year, even though we check with the other markets, the national property carriers, they honestly just can't compete because the program you're in is a risk purchasing group, and you get a great deal because you're buying with thousands of other members in that program.
And I just wanted to note that we're very happy with the service as well that we're getting from these companies.
I'm just expanding on the public entity liability policy. We had 22 FTEs that were reclassified from general employees into unarmed law enforcement personnel. And so that was the change in the policy.
Other board comments or questions? Seeing none, public comment? Motion's in order. Supervisor Abel.
I move to enter into insurance agreements with Public Entity Property Insurance Program for property insurance, including automobile physical damage, at a total premium of $336,698. Travelers Insurance Company for excess liability coverage at a total premium of $431,249. Great American for government crime insurance at a total premium of $12,278. And with Illinois Union for landfill pollution legal liability insurance at a total premium of $12,518 for a grand total of $792,746 for fiscal year 2015-2016.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Steve, for bearing with us today. All right, all right. Okay, let's take up 23, GIS. Who's going to do this?
Good
Mr. Burketta,
good
go
morning,
ahead.
Mayor. Supervisors, David Burketta, Public Works. This request is to continue our GIS services with Douglas County for an additional year. And I'd be happy to answer any specific questions you have.
My question is this at the same cost as the previous agreement?
It is. Costs have remained the same since we outsourced it in 2011.
Other comments or questions, board? Supervisor Shirk?
Good afternoon. I didn't know it went so quick. This was our assessor brought into the conversation with this. I know it's a function that he uses as well. He did, so is that part of the process?
We're going to continue these services, but we're looking at bringing the assessor in, talking to Dave more, and looking at some options, alternative options for next year.
This resolution is just for a one-year period, correct?
That's correct.
And the funding is from, the physical impact is $250,000, and it's coming from?
It's a GIS account that we have, yes.
It's in the general fund. It's budgeted in the general fund.
Okay.
Correct.
And there's an offset to that. I mean, because Douglas County performs other duties for us in a sense. Okay. All right. Further comments, questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none. Public comment?
Just one more thing, sorry.
2015 R26.
Okay, go.
It is, sorry, one more thing.
Sure.
The resolution is the one that we got submitted as late material, not the one that's attached to the agenda, correct? Thank you.
All right. Motion's in order. Motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 2015 R26, a resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to sign an amendment to the interlocal agreement by and between Carson City and Douglas County, whereby Douglas County will provide geographic information services to Carson City, and that is the resolution that we received as late material.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay, let's take up 24A, Coons Construction.
Are we doing 28A at this point, or are we?
Let's see, I'm going to think we're going to do 28A right before D, 24D.
Oh, okay.
You can stay there, Nick. Okay.
It's just that Darren,
Hi, Sherry.
Good morning. Still morning. Okay, so the first one I have is the West Washington Street contract, 1415-164. This was published on April 25th. The bid opening was May 28th at 9:10 a.m. We had 3 bidders. It was determined that Coons Construction was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder at $96,120 with a contingency of $9,612. There's currently $125,000 budgeted for this project. And I believe the engineer's estimate was $90,000. Darren Schultz is here with any specific questions on the project.
Board questions? Supervisor Bukowski.
Good morning, Darren. Can you please address the 42-inch diameter spiral rib steel pipe, the discrepancy, or not discrepancy, but the pricing on that? We had a conversation about, were you comfortable with that pricing since it's significantly below all the other bidders?
Happy to do so. Darren Schultz, Public Works for the record. The conversation that we had to do with the 42-inch spiral pipe, and in this case, the city, Public Works, is providing the material out ahead of the contractor. So we pre-purchased that, and the contractor will be installing it. So that price per square foot or for linear foot is just for installation only. The discrepancy is that their bid price for that was considerably lower than the other bids that we received. It was also lower than our estimate for that. But in going back and researching it, we determined that we were comfortable with the number. In the past bids that we have received from these three contractors, Coons Construction has been lower in their linear foot of installation of underground pipe than the other two. The other two have been somewhat higher. But then if you look later in the bid at other bid items, Coons Construction, their price for their manhole and appurtenances is somewhat higher. So it all really comes down to production rate of how fast they can put this pipe in the ground. And Coons has come up with a method to where they can, the way their number shows, they can get it done in about 7 days. Whereas the other bidders thought it would take longer than that. So we're comfortable with it. It is lower. Coons has done a number of projects for us, including pipe work, so we felt that we were comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. And then on page C17, the signature page of the independent contractor agreement, I believe the date on that should be today's date and not May 21st.
Yeah, that was actually corrected online. I'm not sure what happened with the copies you guys got. It was a printing error, I believe.
Lori.
Just a general question. When will this contract, if we approve it today, start?
Danny Rotter, engineering manager for the record. We would probably have a pre-construction meeting as soon as the contractor signed the agreement. So we'd probably be starting the first part of July, middle of July.
And then just a general question, because I noticed that there's a lot of work being done on, like in front of the library and all of those areas. Do any of these projects, I'm just concerned that we're doing work in areas and then we're going to tear it up and put something else there. So I just keep looking at all these addresses and thinking we're in the same spot. I see work getting done. And
No, that's a very good question, Supervisor Bagwell. And we make a conscious effort over at Public Works to try and coordinate all the capital projects that are going on. Specifically, in front of the library in Washington Street, that was a case where we know we're doing the next phase of the intertie east to west. And so but that street was scheduled to be slurry sealed. But we didn't want to go in and slurry seal that street and then 3 months later go and trench it up, dig it up. So we didn't. We pulled that off the list. We didn't do the work there, and we'll do it after so we really do make a conscious effort to make sure we're not doing anything twice on any streets. I can't say we catch it all the time, but we for sure it's high on our radar.
I think you do a great job of that, to tell you the truth, so I don't see you. I know you did mention that you purchased items, but this is something that we won't be able to do in the future to save, or can we do this with the legislature just passing that recent bill? It's going to have some cost impact on future projects, would it not?
That's correct. The passing of that bill, it goes into effect July 1, and we can still continue to pre-purchase. They didn't take that away from us, but we will be required to pay all taxes on those purchases, which we haven't been doing in the past. So it's going to, the cost to benefit ratio, we will be looking at that closer to determine whether or not we probably won't be purchasing as much as we had in the past, but certainly in cases like this, we would still pre-purchase.
I know it's deviating from this agenda item, but I know maybe Public Works should look at all the projects that are on the schedule for the one-inch sales tax and purchase anything that we can prior to July 1st. I just throw it out there for conversation.
Okay, we'll look at that.
And along those lines, maybe we ought to look at whether or not we have the ability to waive our portion of the sales tax. Okay, all right. Other comments? Public comments? Motion's in order.
I move to determine that Coons Construction LLC is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 338, and to award contract 1415-164 titled West Washington Street Storm Drain Improvements to Coons Construction LLC for a base bid amount of $96,120 and a contingency amount not to exceed $9,612 for a total contract amount of $105,732 to be funded from the Capital Projects Construction Project 061501 account in the Stormwater Fund as provided in the fiscal year 2015-2016 with the one correction that was mentioned earlier.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay, 24B, A&K Earth Movers.
Okay, for the record, Sherry Russell, County Manager. Yes, this is contract 1415-171 Clear Creek Avenue Sanitary Sewer Extension. We published this on April 25th. The bid opening was May 27th at 11:10 a.m. We had 6 bidders submit bids. We determined that A&K Earth Movers was the lowest responsible bidder at $876,000 with a contingency of $87,600. The current budget for this entire project is $1.2 million, with $900,000 in the sewer fund, $300,000 in water. So 75-25% split. And Darren and staff are here for questions.
Supervisor Bonkowski.
Same printing error on the signature page. The date needs to be changed from May 21st to today's date. And then Darren, we had talked about the split between water and sewer and that there's no storm drain expense on this. It's going to be picked up by the water and sewer enterprise funds. Can you go through that quickly?
Absolutely. Darren Schultz, Public Works for the record. So the question, the inquiry was regarding that we are performing, as part of this project, we are performing storm drain work out there, but storm drain is not paying for it. And the basis behind that is because the work that is being required to the storm drain is it's required as a result of water and sewer appurtenances, pipes being put in the ground. So it's their impact to that system. So it's appropriate that water and sewer would pay for that work to the storm drain. So we really try and watch that close across our projects and who really is, it's true that storm drain is getting some benefit from this, but if we weren't doing this project, we wouldn't put the money there. Storm drain wouldn't pay for that money. So we really try and keep those lines black and white and not blur it. So that's the background behind that.
I move to determine that A&K Earth Movers, Inc. is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 338, to award contract number 1415-171, titled Clear Creek Avenue Sanitary Sewer Extension to A&K Earth Movers, Inc., for a base bid amount of $876,000 and a contingency amount not to exceed $87,600 for a total contract amount of $963,600 to be funded from the Capital Projects Construction Project Number 050023 account in the Sewer Fund and Water Fund as provided in the fiscal year 2015-2016 budget with the correction as stated.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, Marathon 24C, item 24C.
Yep, this is an amendment to a marathon temporary staffing contract, number 1314-203. We didn't do an RFP this year because we did one in fiscal year 13-14, and I think we typically do RFPs about every 3 to 5 years, just to make sure we're still getting a good deal. So we're asking for a 2-year period, $1.5 million annually.
What's the current, under the current agreement?
$1.5 million. The current contract's $1.5 million.
Pardon me?
The current contract is $1.5 million.
So there's no change in the price on this one?
No.
Okay.
And Melanie Bruquette is here for questions.
Okay. Supervisor Abad, then Supervisor Bagwell.
I just had one correction. I believe the date on the amendment should be 2015 and not 2014.
Yes, you're correct. I forgot. I do have that amendment. Correction.
Supervisor Bagwell, go. Sorry.
Can you give us any, how many departments or how many hourlies, types of positions that we utilize for the marathon contracts?
Good morning, Melanie Bruchetta, Human Resources Director. In the audience today is Paul Linning, who is here on behalf of Marathon Staffing Services. I can tell you that as of May 30th, the courts had 1 employee, building maintenance had 2, fire had 4, Health and Human Services had 4, the library had 4, the Sheriff's Department had 2, IT had 1, Parks and Recreation had 18, and Public Works had 15, for a total employee count of 51.
Are most of those, the reason that we have this contract is because we need to hire assistance just for short-term, temporary projects, and so it's more cost beneficial than hiring employees for long-term. So a park project for a sport tournament or for our fair, I think is probably a pretty good example. We don't need them all the time.
I asked the department directors who hire these employees to be present at the meeting today. I know that Darren Schultz is sitting over there, and he can answer on behalf of Public Works. The other departments would have to answer that question.
I'll throw it to Darren.
Darren Schultz, Public Works, for the record. Approximately 1/2 to 2/3 of the 15 employees we have are on a seasonal basis, so they come in and they go out. It's closer, it's actually really close to 2/3 of them. So they'll come in, especially during the summer season. We hire them, like for instance, our weed crew that you see out spraying and chopping down weeds. They're obviously here just during the summer. Our internship program. So yes, the majority of those are just come in, and it's obviously much cheaper to hire them that way. Several of our other employees, I'm going to answer the question before you ask it because it's probably coming, but some of our other employees that are part-time throughout the year, it doesn't serve us well to try and hire them full-time because we don't need them on a full-time basis, but we need them throughout the year for specialty. And we have some professionals on our list that we use, and they are working through Marathon because the rate that we pay through Marathon is a fraction of what we would do if we went to hire these employees through a consultant, and they put their 2.5 times markup on their rate. So it pays for itself.
So you are continually monitoring and checking whether it's more cost beneficial to use Marathon versus a consultant, a contractor hiring, because that's really what I'm after. Is that we don't just continue the contract and don't look and constantly monitor that process. Okay, thank you.
Nikki Aker, Director, excuse me, Carson City Health and Human Services. I echo what Darren said. In addition, we use it a lot for grants also. If we've got a grant, one particular instance is our ADRC grant that we know is going to be ending in June. So we hired through Marathon to fulfill that grant through June.
Next.
Sina Lloyd, Library Director, for the record. I just want to echo what Nikki just said. We use it for grants as well, granted money that might have a timeline where we're not going to be able to fund it continually. So.
And then that also prevents those part-time seasonal workers from being able to enter into our collective bargaining agreements. They then don't have rights. Is that correct? If we just hire them through Marathon?
That's correct, but neither do any of our part-time employees.
Roger's next, and then Booger.
I was out in the hallway, and I was told you're talking about Marathon, so they said, get in there. So I apologize for being out there. Any questions about our use of Marathon employees? Yes. Okay. Yeah. We hire, I think we have about 18 in our department that we hire, and we like it because it adds a lot of flexibility how we use these employees. And I think originally it came from, the idea I think originally came from HR, if I remember right, several years ago, because Marathon does all the recruiting and does all the training, the OSHA training, that type of thing for their employees. So that relieves the HR department from, performing that type of task. The other advantage for us is that we have some employees that, particularly some of our higher level seasonals, that we like to work beyond the 1,040 hours. And if we do that as city employees, then we have to pay PERS. And so this allows us to kind of avoid that type of expense.
Chief?
We're kind of doing the same thing. However, we have it listed as 4 employees. We're actually down to 2. One of them we use as, for an example, short-term. We use him as an investigator to do our backgrounds. He's a retired Lyon County police officer, so we put him into the system, and then we take him right back out. And we converted one of our employees to an actual part-time through the city. So we're down to 2. But we do the same thing. As we move people in and out, we can pop them in the Marathon real quick and then take them out. And also on some of the long-term seasonals that we're looking at, we can also do the same thing and use those through Marathon and not hit the 1039 hours.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. And I wanted to make sure you realize it's 2 sets of dates that have to be corrected, not just one date. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate that staff came forward and talked about this, and I know there is a savings using Marathon, and I do believe it is a great source for the city. What I don't like is that we're asking to approve spending $1.5 million or agree to a budget to that, or contract, however you want to look at it. And there's nothing in here or data to support what we did the previous year. And I just think the agenda item itself could have this information in here so we as a board could see what we did last year, how much is remaining, how we spent it. The numbers that were rolled off here, I can't sit up here and write down what everyone just spoke about, how many people worked in each department and all that. I think this information should be given to the board with our agenda package. I don't think we should sit here and discuss it. I think we should have information that dictates what we did the previous year. We can't just sit and say, yes, we're going to spend this on the assumption that everyone's happy and not see how the money is spent. That's my assessment. The board can make their own analysis, but in the future, I would request that the board be supplied sufficient evidence to back up how we're going to spend $1.5 million annually. Thank you.
For the record, in 2014, we spent $1.2 million, 1.3, somewhere in between there on this contract.
I understand that, but it doesn't show how many people were employed, how they were employed, where they were employed. I know there's a cost savings. You don't have to go into it. I get it. I'm just saying, for future board, I would ask that that information be part of our package. I think we're entitled to that. You know, if we're not, okay, we'll get another package like this. I get it. I understand it. I'm just requesting.
Okay. Okay. Further comments? Public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a motion.
I'll make it. I move to accept staff's recommendation to approve amendment number 1 to contract number 1314-203 with Marathon Staffing titled Temporary Staffing Services to increase the contract term from June 30th, 2015 to June 30th, 2017 and allow access to temporary staffing for a not-to-exceed cost of $1,500,000 annually to be funded from the department's elected offices' hourly accounts and project accounts as provided in fiscal year 2015-2016 budget, as anticipated to be provided in fiscal year 2016-2017 budget with the corrections to the contract as stated.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor.
Lights on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. I was
That's
reading.
all right.
Go.
Again, I see the need for this, and I think it does help the city with their budgets, overall budgets. But just because I don't have the information to warrant my voting in favor of this without being properly given sufficient evidence of how we spent the money the previous years on those employees and so forth, as I mentioned in my discussion, I will be voting no on this.
On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, let's take up, I think we're going to take up item
We're going to do 28A now.
28A, right.
Thank you. For the record, Nick Providenti, Finance Director. We do have Bill Prouse, the Vice Chairman of the Audit Committee, here to talk about this item. This is an action item to accept the Audit Committee's recommendations for projects for fiscal 15 and 16. And I think Bill will be talking a little bit about this. We've got a short little program here, and basically let Bill take it away.
Good morning still. My name's Bill Prouse. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Carson City Audit Committee. Unfortunately, our internal auditor from Moss Adams had a conflict, a serious one. He's in the Hopi Reservation right now. And then our chair had also a conflict, so here I am. What we've got here on the board is our recommended audit program for 2015-16 calendar year, fiscal year. In the effort to reduce the time and bring along lunch, we can go ahead. The page you're looking at now. Why don't we go back one page to the internal audit program review, and that briefly describes the reports and projects that have been done over the last few years, the years they occurred, and their current status. This function and what's happening now going forward is essentially the responsibility, if you will, of the staff and the city manager. And this was put in at the request of Supervisor Bronkowski, I believe. I think it's a good addition. The third page is the proposed audit plan that we're asking your approval for. The first three audit areas are all related to issues that developed as a result of our internal control audit that was issued, about 2 months ago, I believe. And they all reflect a review of internal controls in specific areas. The internal audit function tends to work either with a specific department or organization and how they do their work, or on a government-wide basis in our case. And that's where these first four actually fall within it. Let's see, this also, Mr. Steranka, our internal auditor, had mentioned when I asked, he said the fourth item also reflected insights that had been developed by Moss Adams during their work over the past few years, and areas that could benefit with our internal control suggestions, if you will. The ongoing internal audit services, where we are, it's actually on page 7 where they, Nick, if we could move on to page number 7. There's a brief discussion on ongoing internal audit services that recovers costs that apply to the overall and that cannot be identified specifically with a specific audit or project. The to be determined amount reflected discussion during our meeting in making this proposal to get a sense of where the city is in its strategic planning process. And the internal audit function here has been a big supporter, and we think the city's effort to set up a strategic plan and then eventually you tie it in with the budget, city's budget, will allow the internal audit down the road within a couple of years, potentially, of monitoring the various cities' departments' progress in adjusting and achieving the various strategic plans and goals. So that $15,000 is there if necessary for that. If not, we have a number of other suggestion areas that we could use also coming from that internal control report. The final item is the fraud, waste, and abuse program. That's turned out to be very inexpensive. Last year, we had budgeted $10,000 for that. In essence, 5 has gone back to the general fund, I believe, correct? Essentially. So
The record reflect he's nodding yes.
Nodding yes.
Yes. Nick Providente's nodding yes.
So that's where we are. We're not sure we'll need the 5,000. If an issue comes up that needs formal investigation, it could cost more than the 4,000 or 5,000, in which case we would probably be coming back to ask for some funds or reprogramming some of the other monies. The final page on the plan shows roughly when Moss Adams wants to perform these functions. And I believe that, or hope that will be enough, and if you've got any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay. Board comments or questions? Looks like you guys have done pretty good due diligence on it. So Supervisor Shirk.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Can you explain briefly what policies, procedures that is in?
Updates?
On page 5, policies and procedure updates. What does that entail?
In essence, policies and procedures are what the city uses to direct city staff to perform their jobs and what they're expected to be doing. And this is true of every organization I've audited, and I think most auditors would say the same thing, is that no organization has their policies and procedures updated. If they have them, and most do, they tend to be out of date. They're providing guidance for operations functions that may no longer be what they're actually doing. So it's kind of an across-the-board type of situation. The internal control audit did discuss that, and this is an area that we as the audit committee, the internal auditor, would assist the city in as to where we, and they, basically it becomes down to negotiation and the best way to address these issues on a one-to-one. It would not be a formal audit, simply because this type of stuff is ubiquitous. And so it's much better to do it on an informal, cooperative basis.
And that leads me to ask the question, ongoing internal audit services. Can you briefly explain what that is, please?
They have, Moss Adams is, based on some of our discussions, has readjusted their charging process, and they want to make it clear, which I think is important, as to where they are providing services of one kind or another. And often it's attending meetings like this, where you're talking about a broad range of issues, and you can't identify a specific audit report, for example, or a specific project. Those should be absorbing the bulk of the operating costs that the staff at Moss Adams incurs. And the balance is the general types of work.
I've been asked, I don't know if you can answer this question, I've been asked a couple of times, has Carson City's, I guess, accounting process ever been audited as a whole community? Our books been audited by anybody and brought back to us, independent audit? I'm just curious.
Actually, we're required by state law to get an audit every year, and that's what Eide Bailey does for us. They do our financial audit, and that's a state requirement.
That was a question somebody sent me, so.
Well, there's actually an advanced.
Have you ever had any awards for those?
Yeah, we get the award for financial excellence from the the Government Finance Officers Association, I believe probably for the last 25 years, we've received that award.
The city does, the state does something similar, and they've also gotten the reward for many, many years. Part of the responsibilities of the audit committee are to be involved in that process. I sat on the selection committee that selected we call them external auditors, the CPA firm that publishes the report. I've actually never go anywhere without it.
Maybe the city can get an axe from the fire department and a plaque for the award of the audits. On the fraud, waste, and abuse, is there any knowledge of how many phone calls are coming in? Is it a system that is well used for the investment we're putting into it, or is it something we need to continue? Is there any record of how many calls are coming in, how many investigations we've had, what it's turned up? Is there anything like that regarding this expenditure?
There is. The way we have structured that process is the audit committee actually does not know any of the details. It's all done within the internal auditor, Moss Adams. So they are a contact for the hotline, and they review these things. Nothing has occurred so far that would bring it to the need that the audit committee would need to know about it, and that there would potentially be any kind of investigation, formal investigation. I personally would like to see the program advertised more than it is. The city has provided a online training class, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and hopefully there'll be more of those, but I would like to see that personally published maybe in the local city. You know, maybe the Nevada Appeal or somebody could include a discussion of that, because we do have it on our website, in the city's website.
It's on the city website, correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Public comment? Bill, I'd just like, for my own personal edification, I'd like to know what the audit committee thinks. You don't have to bring it back. I'm looking for, I'd like to know what they think about hiring our own internal auditor again as an employee. Okay?
Formally have us go ahead and discuss this.
No, I don't want you to do that. I want that just to ruminate around. I want to maybe talk individually with you, but because I'm thinking about that. I just want to get some feel for that, okay?
Sure. As we had talked before with Moss Adams, you might remember.
Right, I did. I remember that.
I had some thoughts.
I got their answer. No, okay. All right. Anything else? Ready? Okay.
I move to accept the audit committee's recommendations for projects for fiscal year 2015-2016 to include cash revenue collection improvement, payroll testing, P-card testing, policies, procedures updates, ongoing internal auditor services, fraud, waste, and abuse program coordination, and a contingency amount.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carried. Okay, let's take up the contract then.
Again, Sherry Russell, County Manager for the record. This is amendment number 5 to contract 1112-133. Sorry, I don't know why that was so difficult. This is a great place for this in the agenda because it follows our internal auditor report. This is our internal auditor contract with Moss Adams. The reason we're doing an amendment number 5 is they just did that high-level review of our internal controls, and they've got a great idea of what to do going forward. So we wanted to give them one more year to do their plan. It's $110,000. That is budgeted every year for Moss Adams, or as long as I've been here. So Nick and I are here if you have any questions.
Lori, go.
Just want to comment in paragraph 2, which amends paragraph 5.1. Since we're replacing that in its entirety, we either need to correct it to say it's $110,000 annually.
And I apologize, I did make that correction.
Okay. just so that it's on the record and everyone realizes it's not 110,000 for the whole contract term. Thank you.
Audit Committee satisfied with this?
With renewing the contract?
Yes.
Yes. I got to admit a little oversight. It was supposed to have been agendized in our June 3rd meeting, and it did not get in there as an action item for some reason. But we did discuss this informally during the meeting, and informally there's consensus, and of course you folks are the decision-making party. But I apologize, and that won't happen again.
Maybe this is a facetious comment, but, you know, when I look up the scope of duties and the total contract cost, they magically match. So I was wondering whether or not an internal auditor ought to take a look at that. Facetious. Go ahead. All right.
Actually, we say.
All right. Any,
Goes through our heads.
all right. Public comment? Board, we ready? We've done it. Go.
I move to accept the staff's recommendation to approve amendment number 5 to contract number 1112-133 with Moss Adams LLP, Certified Public Accountants, titled Internal Auditing Services, to increase the contract term from June 30th, 2015 to June 30th, 2016, and perform the city's internal audit function for a not-to-exceed cost of $110,000 to be funded from the internal audit budget account as provided in fiscal year 2015-2016 with the contract changes as stated.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks, Bill. Tell your committee thanks, too. Okay, let's take up the Brewery Arts Center issue. This is 24 Echo.
Yep, again, Sherry Russell, County Manager for the record. This is amendment number 1 to contract 1213-061 for the Brewery Arts Center. This is our public education and governmental access who's broadcasting this right now. And we are hoping to do one additional year to this contract to give us time to prepare to do an RFP and decide where to go. We've given them attached to this was some new performance measures. So we want to monitor that for one more year and then see where we want to go. Kyle is here from the Brewery Arts Center if you have any questions. Or I was told he was going to be. He is. Oh, and I'm sorry, it's $140,000 is the contract amount, and that is budgeted again on an annual basis.
Go, Lori.
So, reviewing this contract, because it's an amendment, one of the issues for me is I had to get the original contract so I could try to read the document and understand what we were amending. And in that process, I noticed several items in the existing contract that we are not correcting or fixing. And your attachment was not properly noted either that this would be performance goals. And so there is some technical errors that we really need to correct in this process. And so this is potentially just a recommendation that we could consider here, that we might look at extending this till July the 3rd, just a contract extension of time only, and then we bring this back corrected after all of us have discussed issues that need to be addressed, because I think maybe several of us will have different comments. So this might not be that we can get this contract done today, but maybe just an extension of a date. So it's just a recommendation because I see several things that we have the wrong channel. Again, the performance measures are not linked. There's no payment linked to those performance indicators, so I'd like to do some of that work. And so those are just some general comments from me, and I'm sure others have some too.
Lori, on that one, let me follow up there. If we went down that path, I don't know if July 3rd gives us enough time to redo a contract. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I'm just wondering if that shouldn't be, give people some time to do it. The first meeting in August, I mean, you extend this to, if we're going to do that, extend it to the first meeting in August, and then we can have the contract redone and up in front that time. That'll give us time. I don't think we're, anyway, that's my sense, so.
I'm okay with all that. We can have that discussion here. I just was concerned that
Sure.
they were used to getting did you get paid in July normally? So I didn't
Yes.
want, I was concerned there may be a different issue, and I'm willing to work hard. And I think I talked someone else into it last night to work hard to get this done, but I'll leave that, again, as a discussion up here. I just didn't want a cash flow consideration.
You work hard, Kyle?
Absolutely, we're willing to work
All
hard.
right, I got 3 lights up here. Who wants to go next? Jim, go, then we'll come over here.
Well, as a reminder, before the board meeting began, I told you I didn't receive the contract until late last night. I had a airport authority meeting. I did not get to read the contract, so I need to go through this before we even have the discussion. The idea that Lori brought forward, I don't know who she discussed with last night, but I'm joking.
Oh, the attorney, okay.
I think it's incredible that the contract is up June 30th, and it's June 18th, and we're talking about the contract now, when I've asked for a presentation by the BAC months ago. I think we're down to the wire. I don't think it should have came to this date and time where we're looking at a contract that's due on June 30th. I would look at having this tabled for future discussion, because I think there's too much at stake here. I don't think there's enough information provided by the BAC. I don't think there's enough information provided from staff to me to make a decision at this point, because I got such late material. So I would work with Lori on extending this out and have it come back to us.
My comment, and whether this go on the contract or the performance measures, and Nick, you and I have talked, is just that the equipment that we check for compatibility, if there's any purchase of equipment, and that be included in either performance measures or in the contract.
Hey, Kyle. You have a pen? Great. First, to address Lori's comments, if we're going to extend the contract, we pay this contract quarterly. So I think we either need to make, right, so we need to probably extend it for a quarter to bring it back for a final decision, which would be through September 30th. So it'd be the first, no, well, we'd want to see it probably the first or second meeting in September. But a list of things that I'd like to see as part of the package when it comes back to us. The $140,000 for the annual contract amount, what is that number based on? Is there a budget that goes with that for scope of work? How much of that budget is to be reinvested in equipment? Income and expense between the media center and the brewery arts center. How are those accounts segregated so that we're assured that money from this contract's not going towards the operations expense of the BAC? In section 4 of the contract, which is on page 6, there's a requirement that there are separate inventory lists being kept for city donated or purchased equipment and BAC equipment. So I want to make sure that those inventory lists are being done and are part of that package. Section 5, there are insurance requirements. I want to make sure that the insurance requirements are in place and up to date. Under section 10 on page 10, there's a requirement to provide an access activities plan and budget every year. So I'd like to see that as part of the item when it comes back as well. Thank you.
I would like to support Bronkowski's ideas for this, because I think also what BAC should be bringing us is the budget, how money is spent, what they've spent it on, who's managing the facility as we speak. I think there's a lot of, I think we need more input, and I wish BAC had came here and gave us that presentation when I asked for it. I wish we could have had that and we could look at this, and I think it should also go out to bid. we shouldn't just rely on renewing this contract. This should be an open contract going out to bid, and that's what the city should do. And I recommend they do put it out to bid. WNC or the high school could look at this, and I think we need to have somebody else competing for this. I don't think we should just extend the contract. I think it should go out to bid.
Lori?
So, a little along the lines, one of the other issues that I'd like to address when we're working on this is that we ask for staff training on the media room and things so that in the event issues occur, we're prepared to continue the processes of the city. And I think that's what's paramount to me, is that we're able to comply with the law so that our open meetings can continue. And so I think there's a component for staff training I'd like to include in this. And so again, and I'm okay with doing a 3-month time extension, but I would like it to come back to an August board, not a September board, just in case there's additional time that we would have to make any other corrections if we don't get them all right the first time. I think this is an important contract, and we should spend our effort doing the best job possible all of us can have input on.
I just want to say I agree with Lori on the time frame. I think August would be better. It gives time for everyone to work through it.
Public comment? Seeing none. Okay, let's try a motion.
Try a motion. I move to increase the contract term with the Brewery Arts Center from July 1st, 2015 to September 30th, 2015, with a staff directive to bring this back as a action item on the agenda in August with the materials requested per the discussion today. Yes, and the contract compensation amount will be adjusted for 1 quarter.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the discussion on the motion. Supervisor Shirk, discussions in
I'd
order.
like to amend the motion to instruct the city staff to put this out for bid. It shouldn't just be an extension. I think we need backup in case we have problems down the line, and I think it should go out to bid.
Okay, further discussion on the motion.
Is that accepted to go on the motion?
That's a motion to amend. It has to be seconded.
Well, can I ask a question on that intent? Do you mean like this year they'll go out to a bid? Not this month, that they'll develop a bid for the annual? So if your motion is to say that next year this will not be done without a bid, I will second that.
But if you're going to extend the contract to August 30th and they don't fulfill the obligation when they come back, we won't have any other bids to look at. So we'll be stuck with the same predicament we're at today if they don't satisfy the needs of the board. So they might as well, they're self-assured of getting the contract. They don't have to come with anything. They don't have to produce anything. All you're doing is extending it to the 30th. They're going to come back here. If they don't have everything that we asked for today, and we may have more at that later date, they don't have to worry. Their contract is secured again. We're going to have to extend it again. Not putting it out to bid is the wrong thing to do. So I'm looking for a second.
Okay. I hear no second on the motion, on the primary motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I vote nay, and I'd like to explain why. May I?
Yeah, it should be done during discussion, but go ahead, Jim. Shoot, I think we've got an idea where you're coming from. But
Well,
Go.
I think it's we're sending the wrong message here. If we're going to extend contracts for months, we need to look at the long-term effects. If this is just a rubber stamp, I think it's the wrong approach. This should go out to bid as other things should go out. We're faced with a dilemma. Should they not comply in August, then we're right back to where we began. I think it's the wrong approach.
Yeah, we'll open up again. We'll
Just a brief comment is, I think that's why I wanted it to come back earlier in August, because I think you have some valid points there. And that's why I wanted to back it up. In case we don't come to agreement, we would be able to do a bid at that time, so.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Let's take up the juvenile detention one then. Item 24F.
All right, this is contract 1415-186. This is for the Jail and Juvenile Detention Center. It's for physician select management. Last meeting, we did pharmaceuticals. This is for more medical services for the people in the jail and the detention center. We asked for $115,000 every year, it's budgeted, it's what we've been doing. Fiscal year 14, we only spent $93,000. And this year, we're around 91, so we expect it to be about the same amount since there's only about 2 weeks left. Nikki Akers here if you have any questions on that one. Where she was.
Okay.
She's still here. Good.
Board comments or questions? Anybody? Motion's in order. Public.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, go back to Supervisor Bunkowski. Go.
I just want to read into the record corrections on item 2.8 on page 16 of 17. The last line of that paragraph should, we need to remove the paragraph after the word contractor, put a lowercase w in for with, and remove the period after authorization. And I believe those changes have all been made.
They have. I'm so sorry. I'm bad with corrections today. I did make those changes.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, the sheriff is not here. He shot me an email and he requested that I read into the record that we are very pleased with the services being provided by the medical staff. Thanks, guys. So that's his input for this item.
Well, now he's not here, I'm going to ask this question. Suppose you blow through $115,000 11 months into this contract. What happens?
Mayor, for the record, Nick Providenti, typically we'll anticipate that when we're doing the augmentations and we'll augment the budget. We look at how things are typically at the beginning of May, and if we see that we're getting close to that, we err on the side of caution and we'll increase.
But that requires a contract amendment.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's what I'm asking.
Right, and we could do
what
it.
Happens
we
to,
could do
what
it
happens?
At that time.
What happens? I mean, just so nobody goes without their drugs.
Well, we have that contingency amount that we keep just in case.
Right.
Where's that contingency amount?
The entire budget contingency.
I'll talk with you offline.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I don't think we would deny anybody their medicine.
No, I
we
agree
would
with
risk
that.
a budget violation versus doing that. Right.
As long as the counterparty agrees.
Right.
Okay. All right. Maybe it's an esoteric discussion. Probably is. All right. Motion's in order.
I move to approve contract number 1415-186 for Carson City Jail and Regional Juvenile Detention Center Medical Services in an amount not to exceed $115,000 to Physician Select Management LLC, which is funded from the Supplemental Indigent Fund Inmate Medical Care Account provided in the fiscal year 2016 budget.
Second.
Motion in a couple seconds on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll now take up item 25, non-action items, future agenda.
I just have one.
Go.
I just have been serving on the Eagle Valley Golf Course Board, and so I just submitted a report to all of you that you can read, and I left some for the public and the clerk, but this would just be my report from serving on that board.
Well done. Okay, anything else from the board? Go.
I would like to say thank you, Lori, for this. I would hope other board members would take notice of it and maybe also report, as Lori has, on the commissions and boards they serve on. On that, I would like to bring to the staff's attention, when we have names on the agenda item, we should also have contact information or email for the public to, when they access this, they know who to send their questions to. I know we have names on here, but there's no contact information. Also, if staff would look at Parks and Rec's agenda, they have each agenda item numbered and each page is labeled. Maybe we could learn something from Parks and Rec's and do the same with our agenda as well. From this morning, from Mary Walker, she brought up that Dillon's rule no longer exists and that we have house rule here, and I would ask that, and she also brought up, ironically, noise ordinances, and I think this board and staff should look at in implementing a noise ordinance. I think there's enough citizens in the community that have asked for it and looking for it to be done. Also on the city website, individuals serving on city boards and commissions are not properly listed in numerous cases. And a great example is look at the charter review. They're all out of date. Every person who serves on that or listed on that website, on the city website, the majority of them are wrong, and PK selection is not even listed. I would like to, I know Garrett Lapierre sent a resolution for support of the Wildcats. My understanding is, I'm not sure if this is true, I was asking Mayor if you signed that.
I've not.
He said you did, just to let you know. I don't know, so,
Look, I don't sign something like that.
yeah, I know. I'm just letting you
board
know, he
approval.
said you signed it.
Okay.
So I just want to
All right.
clarify that because I didn't think you had, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have, thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Everybody going to the Chamber of Commerce 75th annual birthday party at the prison coming up?
Think they'll let us out?
Some of us are going to let out. I don't know, man. Some of us. Also, I got an invitation to discuss a downtown with the Nevada Business Magazine. I'll be having that interview in the next week and a half here. Anything else? Anybody got?
Lunch.
I thought we'd just kind of hang in here.
You're gonna make me go hungry, huh?
Well, sure.
I'm gonna get real grumpy.
That's what the purpose is. All right, we're going to be in recess until 1:30.
That's the purpose, get 'em